News, I'm Jeremy Safran. President Donald Trump is now threatening sweeping new 50% tariffs on China unless Beijing lifts its retaliatory duties by tomorrow. And the White House is calling reports of a 90-day pause, quote, fake news, while Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says the tariffs are here to stay for now. Now, markets are reacting fast here. U.S. equities open sharply lower for a third straight session. Asia, well, it sold off overnight, and Europe is bracing to retaliate. And billionaire Trump supporter Bill Ackman is warning of a, quote, economic nuclear winter. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is publicly clashing with Trump's top trade advisor, Peter Navarro. And just moments ago, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink said on stage at the Economic Club of New York that based on conversations with top CEOs that he's having, he believes the U.S. is already in a recession. But this isn't just about tariffs. The warning signs have been building for months, and we've been tracking it right here at Kitco News, from cracks in sovereign debt to collapsing liquidity. Nearly $10 trillion in global market value has now been wiped out. Gold briefly dipped below that $3,000 mark, and Treasury markets are flashing distress. The VIX spiked above 60 overnight, and now speculation is swirling that the Fed may be forced to act before its next meeting. So far, though, radio silence. Now, we have a lot to get into on our show, and our next guest has been ahead of the story since the beginning. E.B. Tucker is the author of Why Gold, Why Now, and Not for Sale. He's also the editor of the Tucker Letter. He's been warning the financial system is wired with a kill switch. We'll get into it. E.B., welcome back to Kitco News. Great to see you here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we got lots to get into here. Let's start with this moment. I mean, obviously, volatility is extreme. Markets have lost nearly $10 trillion in value. The S&P swung 7% intraday, first time since 2022. And I mentioned the VIX. Well, it spiked past 60. It's a level that we've only seen during the 2008 crash and the 2020 pandemic. E.B., is this the moment that you've warned about, as you call it, the financial kill switch being triggered?
Well, I think what's shocking to me is that for several years now, everybody you talk to, average people, are like, the market's got to crash. It can't go up like this all the time. The country's going to go bankrupt, all this different stuff. They talk about this all the time. And one of the key things that you learn if you do what I do for a living is there's two things. There's what people say, and then there's what they do. And a lot of times they say something and then they do the opposite, and that's what happens. So they were talking about how the government should get smaller and all these things should happen, but they were fully exposed to stock and options and private placements and all this, like, super risky stuff, which depends on the government getting, spending more money and the Fed's balance sheet getting bigger and all these things. So I don't understand. I mean, I've been sleeping fine because the readers of the Tucker Letter know that it's the best time to make a plan is all the time. And so we've been making a plan for months. And the plan has been, what do we own? Let's take an inventory of what we own. Let's see what percentages in stocks, what percentages in gold, what percentages in Bitcoin. Instead of just thinking about every headline that comes across social media or something and then reacting to every headline, we've been proactive. So what you're seeing happen right now, this little correction that we've had, is nothing. I mean, this is like the stock market got to $66 trillion in value. Now, that's like 4 times what it was in 2010 when Bernanke told everybody. He wrote in the Washington Post that he was going to make the markets levitate. Your house value and your 401k value would control your mood. I'm going to say that one more time. Your house value and your 401k value will control your mood. You'll be well behaved if you feel rich, and we're going to make you feel rich. And at the time, everybody said, impossible. You can't invest in stocks and real estate because the great financial crisis is going to happen again any day now. But it didn't. We had 15 years of levitating where we told people, buy the dip, just buy the dip, and you're just going to get richer and richer. It's going to be a virtuous circle. And it worked. But now we have a new regime in there, and everybody seems to be like, well, isn't it going to be like one more buy the dip? And it's like, in 2010, you thought there was going to be one more financial crisis. There wasn't. And now you think there's going to be another buy the dip. There's not going to be. And so what I'm encouraging, I don't want to tell everything I'm writing this week. Tucker Letter comes out every other Thursday. I don't want to say everything that I'm saying there, but the thing, if you want to survive and thrive in a financial system that's trying to control you, you have got to recognize when the wind has changed, and the wind has changed. And you should have done what Bernanke told you to do in 2010, and you should do what the current regime is telling you today. They might not be as crazy as you think. And I say that because I spend my time reading about prior administrations. I'm reading a book about the Dulles brothers right now. It's called The Devil's Chessboard. I don't know if you've ever flown into Dulles Airport, but it's unbelievable that they named an airport after a guy as maniacal as Alan Dulles' brother. And so anyway, what you see is that nothing is new. Okay, there are influential forces that are taking control of the US government all the time. And every now and then, people get tired of it and they elect some new people to go in there, and there's people behind them, and it's nothing new. And it's nothing to be conspiratorial about either. The thing to do is to shut off the media sources that are on your wrist, that are on your Google glasses, that are on your desktop, on your phone, on your car. People are watching YouTube in the car, driving around. If you're watching this video in the car right now, come on, do something else. Okay, so you shut all that stuff off and you look around and you have a plan to benefit from what is, instead of just one more buy the dip. And I know that's a lot for people to understand, but we've been at this for a while now and we've been doing okay. And by the way, there were some stocks last week that did not do so poorly. And there's going to be some stocks that do okay during this period of transition. So it's just something to think about. And it won't be the ones that led the last bull market. It's never like that. It's like you remember John Chambers, you're too young for this. John Chambers ran Cisco, all right? Cisco was the hottest big blue chip stock of the 2000 tech bubble that popped, okay? 98, 99, 2000, it was the hottest thing. Cisco barely recovered its 2000 peak price, like, in the last year. You waited 20 years. Now, that doesn't mean Cisco's a bad company. It's a big company. They make important technological components. But as you wait for that stock to come back, the world changes. Things change. And so the leaders that got overheated of the last run, sometimes you have to let go of them. And you can't do that if you don't have a process that you follow to keep your head clear. If you turn on social media every day and talk to all these panicked people, and the first thing you do when you wake up is panic and look at one stock that you have, or I get these emails from people that are subscribers that are like, we need option trades. And it's like, do you even read the newsletter? I mean, it's crazy. You're not an options trader. Like I know how to trade options. Like, you have no idea what you're doing. You're just going to donate your money to someone that's much smarter, better informed than you. All right. So I know it's a lot, but people need to understand it's not mandatory that you sit around freaking out about everything that you read, because you probably don't even understand once you've been in media, turns out you have no media in your house anymore, because you understand that there's no reason to poison your home with that type of propaganda. And it's not like it's a bad thing. It's just the way it is. I mean, you turn all that stuff off. You don't need that. And you need data. You need to know what's going on. You need facts. But you already know the outcome. And we know right now there's things in the Tucker letter that we're doing. They're not magical things. They're not crazy things. They're not like obscure things. But some of these tariffs are benefiting certain businesses in the country greatly. And once you say to yourself, well, what if we just say, forget about all the politics? We're not a political newsletter. I just want to be clear about something. I haven't been registered to vote for a very long time. I mean, a really, really, really long time. And there's a reason why. And people send me these crazy emails about how I should be voting and all this. It's very funny to read these things. But I don't do politics, because I don't care if you elect a German Shepherd to run the place. My job is not to be involved in that. My job is to be involved in what's happening with the money, which way the wind's blowing. And if I'm worried about some zoning change, the local level, and some, opinion piece I read in the Wall Street Journal this week, and we just got to get this person elected, I'm totally distracted. And you see that from some of the billionaires that you mentioned. They have various interests. They're involved politically. And now you have this guy who they paint a picture of this guy being rogue, but maybe he's not that crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you don't get the full picture. I mean, you read the Florida news and the guy's winning a PGA senior tournament in Jupiter last weekend. You don't read that you just read that he's like insane or something. Maybe he is. Who cares? The reality is that let's see if they do what they say they're going to do, the way Bernanke did what he said he was going to do. If you listen to him, you quadrupled your money or more. If
Yeah.
you said, no, that's crazy, there's going to be another financial crisis just like the one that happened 2 years ago. I just got used to that. There's going to be another one. Surely history repeats. You missed out on a huge, huge wealth creation event. And that's what people do, Jeremy, is what they do is they get used to what just happened and they think, surely it's going to happen again because I've just gotten comfortable with that. And I just think that's what's got to happen because I'm comfortable. And it's not the way things work. And you're just going to give up a lot of your money and then you're going to spend years trying to make it back. And the whole thing is totally unnecessary.
Well, let's rewind a little bit there because I mean I want to point out two things. A, we've been tracking this build up for months here at Kitco, and we've been watching these signals. So if you're watching our show, you got to continue. We don't talk about what the usual mainstream does, and I want to get into that bigger structure. You just talked about Bernanke, the so-called virtuous circle. Back in 2010, he outlined this strategy where rising asset prices would boost confidence in spending. But that reflexive loop held for 15 years. You say it's breaking down, but what are the signs that this cycle, the foundation of modern markets, is truly over?
Well, let's just say that it's like a regime change. I mean, that was a certain way of managing the society. And now you have a regime that says, no, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to advocate for this American business person and, this like traditional values that people talk about all the time. And all these people pay lip service to. Let me just tell you, I like to go to obscure events. You'll find me at some sort of historical thing, and then you'll find me mingling around a protest. I like to live at the bookends of life because that's where all the passion is, right? And I love when I hear these like people that are marching to fight government cuts. And if you watch, like, they'll interview these people and they'll say, tell us what you're upset about. Then my 401k value went down too. So it's like, okay, let me get this straight. So you want your 401k value to go up and the government to get smaller and spending to go down and taxes to go up. Let me just make sure I understand everything it is that you want. Basically, you're delusional. So most people are like this. Most people are completely clueless. And what they do is they talk about themselves as this rugged individual that prides themselves in being able to think clearly and make their own mind up. And then they basically do whatever you tell them to do, okay? And so this regime is saying that it's going to support companies that make real things, all this different stuff. And what I think is, why don't we just listen to them and try buying that instead of the old regime? Because let me be honest with you, the last guy that was president and then the guy that was president with Bernanke, it's the same cabal, okay? That's the deal. You have like, same baseball team, different player. So don't even get started with like, there's the president's really even that involved. It's usually there's backing of interest behind whoever's in the big house, okay? There's like, go back in history and read. Like when you read about the Dulles brothers and how like maniacal they were. They ran Sullivan and Cromwell before that, huge law firm in New York. They really took good care of their loyal clients, okay? My point is that those clients had their ear once they were in government. That was kind of like the force behind. It's always like that. So don't even think that it's like one person is making. That's why when somebody talks about somebody being senile or crazy or whatever, don't even get involved in that. There's a lot of propaganda going. Trade what's happening right now. Don't even think, is it a good plan or not? Because it doesn't matter if it's a good plan. Bernanke's plan wasn't really a good plan. You were going to basically create all these distortive effects in the market. Think about it. You created Theranos. You created that girl that just got convicted of defrauding JP Morgan for like, over $100 million by selling a company that had just completely fraudulent user data. You created a lot of things during that 15 years that were totally bogus. And the way you did that is you had this program going on that you had levitating asset values just getting bigger and bigger to make everybody's mood stable. And so now you have clearly a group of people that's like, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do this weekend. All over the news, the whole cabinet was saying, think of it like a patient having surgery. Okay. Like there's 50 years of bad behavior and you have to do the surgery and then have a recovery. Now, don't even for 1 second start alleging that I'm a fan of this type of thing or that type of thing. What I'm trying to tell you is that I met Bissett a year ago. I listened to him talk to this small group. I listen to these people. I go talk to these people, listen to them, learn about them. I think they're interesting. It's fun. And then you start seeing how they go into the public sphere and what they do. And what I'm trying to say is don't be persuaded by like manipulative journalism that's got a ideology behind it that might not represent you very well. Instead, just say, hey, but what if they're not that crazy? I mean, what if what they're trying to do works? What do I care? What I want to do is survive and thrive in a system that wants to control me. That's what I want to do. I want to be, I want to get out of the campsite before the bear gets there. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, EB, I mean, you talked a little bit about a regime change there. I mean, Larry Fink just said publicly that he believes the U.S. is already in a recession. Meanwhile, I mentioned investor Leon Cooperman. He said that Trump might be engineering this downturn to force interest rates lower. I mean, a couple of things. Are we in a recession? Is it possible that this is a deliberate policy?
Look, I think the whole entire thing is centered on China. The whole thing is centered on China, and everything else is just a bunch of noise. I think that there's an interest in having a serious, Cold War type relationship with China. A lot of the tariffs that went in place were on strange countries. And when you do some investigation, you find that the Chinese were trying to ship things through there into the US market. I wouldn't even get into like thinking if this is a good idea or not. I wouldn't even I wouldn't even get started on opinions about any of this stuff. I would just say that's probably mostly what's going on. That's the deal. Now they expect to have bilateral deals with different countries and to make arrangements where if these countries do certain things, which maybe would be supporting the treasury market, who knows, you'll cut certain deals. Okay, let them do that. Who cares? Like, that's what's happening, right? Like Larry Fink would be loyal like to any person that occupied the White House. Larry Fink is completely available. His loyalty is available to you if you have enough power. Okay, so don't even for a second think about Larry Fink as this like objective voice of reason that you should take advice from. All right, that guy. You want to learn about this guy? Go back and watch the Adam Curtis documentary Hypernormalization. Like back into the 80s. I'll let you do that. This is some homework, some weekend homework. And look at, this is a regular guy, very easy to understand, that is very good at playing whatever hand he needs to play to protect his empire. Okay, that's it. That's not a guy that'd be like, he's not out there counting. He's not counting, like inventory at Target and saying, boy, sales are going to be down. I'm going to inform the public of this, do them a favor. By the way, I have a kilo bar here, just in case you decide you want to talk about gold.
Oh, we're getting there, buddy. Should we flip to it now? Let's flip to it now. Let's turn over. Let's turn over to gold.
It was just getting, what the thing is? It was getting heavy. And so I was kind of like,
Let's flip over to gold because it's been doing extremely well. And I mean, today it broke below $3,000 on the spot line, but it remains near record highs. I mean, you've described gold as the asset without a kill switch, that thing we were just talking about. EB, what's gold signaling right now?
I think 3,000 is a good price. I mean, I wrote in the newsletter that I thought 3,000 was probably a pretty good price. I mean, we did the math on it, right? And it's like, you get up to like $20 trillion worth of gold. Just for reference, there's like 50 trillion worth of residential real estate or something in the country. There was like 66 trillion worth of stock until recently. Now there's like somewhere in the 50s. So you start thinking about $20 trillion worth of gold in the world. It's kind of like a lot of gold. I mean, so so then you start doing the math and you say, well, would 5,000, I mean, would you really, would 8,000, would gold be worth more than stock? Now, if it was, it's like, probably you should really think about that, because there have been some times where gold was worth more than the stock market. You could do the Dow to gold ratio. And in those times, you actually should have bought stock. I mean, that's like, I don't want to say that's going to be the case again, but what I'm trying to say is that $20 trillion is a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and it could go higher. But it seems like at this moment, now then the price went to like 31.50 or something, and then people were writing in telling me that I didn't know what I was talking about. Now it's like under 3,000, but maybe it'll come back around 3,000 for a little bit. If you look at the chart of gold, which we occasionally put in the newsletter, it's a beautiful chart. What you see is that it's quite a boring asset. I mean, it's not really something that you buy and you hope to make some huge amount of money. Now, this is a kilo bar, so this is a 1,000 grams of gold, and this is a nice thing to buy because it doesn't take up much space. You put it somewhere, you can stack them on top of each other. But I think people need to understand that you don't really buy this to like make a bunch of money. What you do is you buy this as a percentage of your assets to manage your wealth. I mean, you're managing your own personal little empire, and gold is a nice way to do it because it sits away from a lot of what's going on right now. And it's rare that you say like, oh, I'm trading gold bars and coins. I mean, it's like you can do that, but I mean, you don't really do that. It's not really something you buy as a trade. We talk about in the newsletter all the time that like if you had hypothetically 5% of your money in gold, maybe, and you had like 2% of your money in Bitcoin or something, you can have like 40% of your money in stocks. I mean, you could start doing the math on this, and you go back and you say that having 5% of your money in gold has been like a pretty good idea, because what it is it creates a stable base for you to take other risks. That's my opinion. And everybody thinks that like, everybody thinks that like, that I'm like sitting over here trading gold. It's not the case. I mean, I just think that it's interesting if you start thinking about yourself as an asset manager and not as a rampant speculator.
We saw a little bit of that dip on the price when we saw the market start to sell off. It kind of came back. We saw a little bit more. Do you think people are selling their gold to hit their margin calls during this?
Maybe, but more likely people that have options and ETFs and all this different stuff. The dealers are telling me that the premiums have not really gone up that much yet. There's finally been some buying. I mean, there was nothing but selling for like, for years, to be honest with you. Until recently, there was some buying. But I think the people that are in the options and the ETFs and the options on futures and the futures market, I think these people have more liquidity problems. Now, I will tell you that last year I did hear about a lot of people selling coins. I would get calls from dealers saying, I have a guy in here with 100 Eagles. Do you want to buy some of them? And stuff like that. And I thought that was strange because we've been living in this like fake prosperity and you haven't managed to make any money. I mean, like, what are you doing? So I don't think gold, maybe they had too much gold. I mean, you can definitely have too much gold, by the way. And that's from the guy who wrote the most widely distributed book on gold there is. I'm telling you, you can have too much gold. I mean, it's like you can have too much of anything. I mean, a long life is about living with a balanced approach to existing. Most people have zero gold. Like if you take a survey, if I walk around with like, with the coin, it's like nobody even knows what the coin is worth. I mean, like if you're watching this video, you're in like the huge minority of people, and even people watching this video are hoping that I'll tell them to buy some sort of over-the-counter stock that can change their life. And I hate to tell you, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not involved in any of those stocks. And this is what's held up better for me. That's not always been the case, by the way. There have been other market times where it was good to have high-risk stocks, but this has not been one of them. Do you notice this? Like, this has not been a time to take risks. This has been a time to have cash, gold, Bitcoin. I don't care that Bitcoin was like 100,000 and now it's like 75. It doesn't matter. Like, it actually has done fairly well, to be honest with you. I mean, if you think about it, like from a year ago now, it's done fine. the thing is that this has been a time to have these types of core assets, and it's not been a time to own risky assets.
Yeah, as we continue to watch people flocking for safety too. Hey, EB, I gotta ask you this. I mean, for people watching this right now, and I know that you're going to put out a letter on Thursday, but we're towards the end of the video here. What's your advice? I mean, where can they move capital today that's outside this system of tethered risk?
All right, so we are big at Tucker Letter on making like a pie chart of where your assets are exposed. There is, I think, a good argument to be made for having stocks right now. I think there are certain types of stocks that are going to benefit under the current regime. Some of them were flat last week. One or two of them were up. You don't even want to be up. You just want to be not down that much. And when we look into that, which we're going to go into detail on, we've owned these stocks for like several months. It's been things that we've been trying to get involved in, as the market allowed, and they were quite boring. And I think they're going to do very well. And a lot of them are things that distribute products that benefit from tariffs. That remember, if something is distributed and there's a tariff, the price goes up, the revenue goes up, and demand for certain things in your house. Look, let me just ask you: are you going to buy? If you're an American, are you going to buy a Mercedes? No, you're going to buy a Chevy, okay?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be like 30% cheaper. And then when the Chevy needs something done to it, right? Let's say it's out of warranty, you're going to fix that car. Whereas in this previous era, you would tow the car back to the dealer and just get another one. All right. Not going to do that anymore. You're going to fix it. So my point is that there are things that benefit. And what you're seeing in the market is those things are doing better than the leaders of the last cycle. So while your stock portion might be smaller than it is in a ripping bull market, I think there's a really good argument for owning certain types of stocks. And I think we're going to be really, really happy that we own them.
Okay,
So that's what we're doing.
It's a good
tease. And you got your other
can...
pieces. You got your other pieces going on too, right? Like your gold position really doesn't change. Like if let's say you're 5% gold, it's like because it goes to 3,000, maybe you make a minor adjustment. It doesn't really change that much, And the Bitcoin, like smaller, Bitcoin has got a very interesting profile over the coming years. Everybody's worried about the next 6 hours, but what we're worried about is managing for the long term. We're trying to be here for another 35 years. All right. I don't want to put an end date on it. Okay. A timestamp, but I'm just telling you that, we got about another 35 years left in us, and we're trying to survive and thrive the whole time.
I like it. Okay. Well, we got to ask you, I mean, the final question, if we talk again in 6 months from now, I mean, what do you think will be the story dominating the headlines? I mean, what will the world look like at the end of this year?
Smaller. I think some of these things are going to be much smaller, and it's going to shock people. I think a lot of these billionaire hedge fund guys that are squawking are upset because they're fully risk exposed for 15 years. They trade. You people watching this, you have no idea how all this works. These people don't own stocks. They own nothing but derivatives, highly levered. And it's not derivatives like financial crisis derivatives. What it is they got synthetic positions and all these different interest rate moves. So it's very complicated. And I think that these people are having to degross. It means lower fees. It means cutting back. It means deflating the pile of assets that's out there. It also means that there's going to be a core base component of the U.S. economy that's going to do better. And these types of things that make real stuff are going to do better. Some of these people have nothing to do with the stock market, and they're thrilled. And so you want to have money in stuff like that, and we can do it. I mean, there are stocks that got very little attention during the go-go era of cheap money, levitating asset prices in the Bernanke virtuous circle. And some of those are going to do quite well because you're going to figure out that, trading at a modest mid-teen PE and paying a dividend and having a family that has, like most of the voting shares, not that bad. I mean, you can hang with that. You can really hang with that. And there's going to be some attention brought to those because they had no attention. Did you notice Klarna? By the way, in the U.S., you can make payments on takeout food. I don't know if you know this, but you can make monthly payments on takeout food. So the company that does that is going public. They pulled the IPO, and it's like obviously. I mean, like. It's just ridiculous.
It's not the time.
That's the kind of they waited too long. You know why they waited too long, by the way, is there was infighting with the founders, and that's what happens. Like I've been on boards. I'm not on any boards, as you know. I'm not involved in any companies, haven't been for years. I've been on boards. Some of the greediest people you'll ever meet in your life. And what happens is, which is shocking, is that because I don't get involved in that, I watch them so fixated on the concept of getting more that they forget that there's a market cycle. And what they do is they're so greedy, they run right through the opportunity to go public and never comes back. And so then they just have a giant pile of paper and they're all alone. And it's crazy. And it happens in every industry. It's not specific to the gold industry or to the monthly payments on takeout food. It's everything. And so some of these things, they waited too long, and they really should have gone ahead and done the public offering, because it doesn't get better normally. It usually gets worse.
Or you control it just like Zuckerberg, where you just you got all the control. You're not worried about the the board getting rid of you.
I mean, look, unfortunately, Zuckerberg's deal, which, by the way, as you know, there was like 3 or 4 other people involved, that he really did kind of like, wrestle everybody out of that. But photographs of people with geolocating pins turned out to be far more valuable to the powers that be than payments on takeout food.
Yeah. Karma.
Just saying.
I can't believe it's
just saying.
I
mean, just saying, like if you think about what was Facebook really, it was a guy saying, would you be interested in knowing where people are at all times, what they're doing, who they're with? And, like, they'll just voluntarily post this stuff. Sure, you can market to them. We can make lots of money, but they'll just load all these photos into a giant database. You could sort it all you want. You don't even need spies anymore. People just self-report from all over the world. And
we didn't even get onto the topic of AI here, EB.
Next
EB,
time.
That's all. Next time we will, and I'm going to hold you to it. Before we let you go, I know you're waiting on people to sign up, but you got to give us one defensive stock in this era that you're looking at right now. Maybe
you're not going to replace your car. You're going to fix it. And when you need parts, you're going to O'Reilly. Okay. And I met the CEO of O'Reilly. I wrote about it in the newsletter. I shook hands with this guy. The guy looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Our philosophy is hard times make good habits." That's what he told me. And he's from Texas. He's very intense. And I'm telling you what, I've rarely seen a company that's run like that with that kind of efficiency. And if you don't believe me, go to one of the stores and just get them to like change the car battery for you, or the wipers, or the filter or something, and watch how they treat you. It's unbelievable. And I think that as you cannot go and replace your car because Mercedes is too expensive, BMW is too expensive, Toyota is too expensive because of the tariffs, you're going to fix that car. And that's what everybody's going to do. And I think that O'Reilly is extremely interesting and boring and well managed. And I've met the executives. I've met the board members. I've been to the distribution facilities, and you can read all about it at ebtucker.com. Just search in the search bar for that topic, and you can read the back issues, and you can read more Thursday at 9 a.m. And you can read as much as you want for as long as you want. When we get tired of reading, you can just unsubscribe and leave. And you can come back later if you want to.
I like it, my friend. EB Tucker, always sharp. Thanks for this, EB. O'Reilly. Okay, I'm going to check it out. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, my friend. All right, we've been tracking these market cracks from the start, and we'll keep asking the tough questions. If you found this interview valuable, hit subscribe, drop us a comment, and share the video for more market coverage, expert insight, and real-time analysis. Stay with us right here at Kitco News. I'm Jeremy Saffin. For all of us here, thanks for watching.
Kitco News special coverage of PDAC is brought to you by Gold Mining, Uranium Energy Corps, and Uranium Royalty Corps.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Kitco News coverage of PDAC 2025 here in Toronto. Now, billionaire investor and founder of the world's largest hedge fund, Ray Dalio, says America is in the midst of a, quote, civil war, warning of irreconcilable differences that could push the nation towards a dangerous path. Now, Dalio's message is that the U.S. is spiraling into a debt crisis that could trigger an economic heart attack, in his words. Meanwhile, something extraordinary is unfolding in the gold market. Over the past year, gold has surged more than than 40%, repeatedly smashing record highs as it inches closer to the $3,000 an ounce mark on the spot side. And if it wasn't enough, gold is making waves beyond the financial world. Both former President Donald Trump and Elon Musk are calling for an audit of Fort Knox, the vault that holds over half of the U.S. government's gold reserves. And on top of that, gold continues to flow from the London vaults to the United States at an unprecedented pace. So what are the markets really telling us? Well, to help uncode what's really happening, of course, we're joined by one of our favorites here at Kitco, Willem Middelkoop. He's the founder and CIO of the Commodities Discovery Fund. Nice to see you, my friend.
Good to be back.
An interesting time at PDAC. Right off the top, we were just talking about the geopolitical situation, Donald Trump, what happened with Ukraine. I want to start with that. And what's your take on what's happening? I mean, how dangerous is the situation right now? We just had U.S. President Donald Trump telling Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, obviously, quote, "You're gambling with World War III." Is he right? What are your thoughts?
Well, I just had a panel in which I talked for 1 hour on the de-dollarization and the need for monetary reset. And I'm even more interested in what's happening in the US. It's actually a situation where you're near civil war. You have Elon Musk saying that we are broke, we need to cut the budgets. He came in with an axe and a chainsaw. It's the way he changed Twitter. He sent away 80% of the staff at Twitter. You can do that with a private company. If you do that with the government, there's a risk you destabilize the system. So I'm getting a bit worried.
What's the nervousness about it? I mean, is it about cutting these bloated costs with Doge, or is it more about debasing the currency?
It's everything.
Yeah.
It's everything.
Yeah.
You have a new administration. It's the second time Trump is president. It's totally different from the first time. The first time, Trump was surprised he won the elections. He didn't have his team ready. He has a very alternative team now. I think he's very well prepared, and they have a plan. Just read what a guy like Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense, has been writing in his book. Just listen to what the new chief of the FBI has been saying in interviews. They want transparency, they want to open it all up. It reminds me actually on Gorbachev in the 1980s, who brought glasnost, but he brought down the system as well in the USSR.
So what is the concern here? I mean, there's a lot of volatility in the markets waiting on tariff conversations. It seems like there's new news every day.
Yeah.
What's your biggest worry with that market right now? Is it just debt?
No, I think markets are, as you know, very overvalued, the US market. So actually it's a bubble in search of a needle. This could well be the needle which will lead to a huge correction because stocks, especially tech stocks, are so overvalued. If you look at NASDAQ is down year to date 2%. Our fund is up 10%. You see the resources, the gold funds are doing pretty well this year. But you see some sector rotation ongoing. And I'm afraid that we'll have more destabilization, more chaos. And the political situation in the US is it's so weird, it's so strange. It looks like a Hollywood movie.
Yeah. I want to bring up a tweet that you said. You just recently posted a worrying post the other day, and it says, quote, "What could possibly go wrong in 2025, 2026? You cited China is in a large economic crisis with interest rates near zero. Russia is on the verge of collapse after 30 years of sanction and a war economy. Japan has been in crisis mode for 30 years, and now rates are exploding. Europe has way too many problems to even start naming them. And then the U.S. finally understands that they have to cut their budgets while mortgage rates are around 7%. The Middle East, still a mess except Saudi and the UAE. Break down the biggest risk that you're talking about over the next 2 years.
Well, in the session I just had on de-dollarization and the need for monetary reset, I pointed to the 80-year cycle. You have the fourth turning, the famous book by Neil Howe, that every 80 years you see a change in leadership. You see big changes coming to to society. And actually now, this year, 2025, is 80 years past 1945, the end of the Second World War. So we are in this period of change, and change, it might bring chaos and crisis. If we're unlucky, it might bring a large war. I hope we don't end up there. But this list is showing there's so much chaos in the world.
Yeah.
There's so many risks, and now you have the US really destabilizing the world a bit more,
Right.
even destabilizing it a bit more.
It feels like it was almost sown in a more global context before Trump came to office. I mean, is this just a part of undoing the globalist agenda? Is it just shaking up everything? I mean, your summary there did a great job
Yeah.
explaining it.
Well, I think it's part of this 80-year reset,
Yeah.
and which I described in my book, The Big Reset, that we needed to have changes. I focused on the international monetary system, so we needed to go from a unipolar world centered around the dollar to a multipolar world. And now even Rubio, the new Marco Rubio, he even said that we need to move away, that the US is the leader of this free world. So he pointed to the multipolar world, which is happening as we speak. So everybody has to adjust. We in Europe are quite shocked that we even are in, let's say, a fight with the US. We need to find our own foreign policy. We need to build our own defenses. So it's a crazy world out there.
Yeah. What does that mean for gold? I mean, there's been a lot going in the market. We have a lot of information going on critical minerals. It seems as though there's a lot of countries trying to fastly absorb as many as they can and try and get them. And then we got this story of gold coming to the U.S. at record rates.
And nobody knows the real story.
What is the real story?
It has been spinned. This is all about tariffs, but I think that's only the spin. I think there's something much larger at stake.
Okay.
Nobody knows. We've been researching this. We've been talking to a lot of experts. Nobody knows exactly why there's this huge move from physical gold from London to the US. We know there's this call to open up Fort Knox and have some transparency there. I've been writing about that for 20 years. An audit is long overdue. The last audit was over 50 years ago. It could be connected to that one, but what we do know is that central banks in over 25 countries are fleeing towards physical gold. We've seen record demand by central banks for 3 years in a row. I think let's concentrate on what we know, let's concentrate on the larger trends, and then see where we go from there. But if I was at Eric Sprott's keynote this morning, Eric Sprott said if they'll open up Fort Knox, some eyes will really go wide open. So he's expecting some news coming from that front.
It'll be interesting. I mean, you know, there's even talk about live streaming it. Are you going to tune in for the reality show, or?
Yeah, well, I warned Elon Musk that it's not enough to have a visual inspection, because you know about the gold-plated tungsten. You can have bars
Same
which
size,
look
same
with
weight.
same size, same weight. So you need to really analyze them well.
Yeah.
And I'm quite sure that tricks have been played by the US because gold is just too important. The dollar was backed by gold till 71. Since 71, the dollar is unbacked by gold. So there's every reason for the US to play games in the world of their physical gold holdings.
You know, the wait time's still around 2 months to get physical gold from the BOE. I mean, is this still happening? Is that where we're at?
Well, that's a technical default, because these contracts are T+1, which means delivery should be done the next day, and now it's T+60 or 90. So that's a technical default. And I don't think that situation will go away. So in the next few weeks or next few quarters, next few months, we'll learn what the repercussions will be. But I think the rise and the rally for gold will have legs. It won't stop here. If you look at average gold rallies in the last 50 years, you can expect $5,000 gold within 18 months, just based on the average rallies we've seen in the past.
Yeah, okay, well, I have to ask you, because you also posted on X very recently on the physical gold stress a little bit here on the market. You said that refineries are imposing surcharges and suspending production. You still seeing that, Willem?
Well, once the high net worth guys, the family officers, see that the central bankers who can create money, they have the license to print money, are fleeing towards gold, they start to get a bit nervous. And don't forget, you have these institutional investors who never invest in gold unless there's a smell of war in the air. Well, you have that as well. So I think the demand for gold will stay very strong. And if you look at the paper gold system, the paper silver system, I just wrote a piece for the London-based think tank, monetary think tank UNVIF, that for every physical ounce which is in the vault in London, there are 270 paper claims on that 1 ounce of physical silver. So we could see some really big moves.
We've been hearing this supply crunch for a while. We've always been talking about the silver supply and demand issue potentially. This crunch, is this the most it's been? I mean, is it?
This is the most serious it has been in 50 years.
Yeah.
And this could be the big one. This could lead to the big one. And now the US is getting creative to, well, let's say, refinance their balance sheet. They want to monetize their assets. They want to start building a Bitcoin reserve. It shows you this administration is willing to think outside the box. They feel the need to do something creative, because the road we were walking on, and we were kicking the can down the road for so long, it's a dead-end street, and they do understand that.
What happens if gold's revalued?
There are two scenarios. You could revalue it at current prices. This will benefit the US, because the US is the only country which still has the gold on its balance sheet for the $42 per ounce. So this will help the US and not their enemies. You could revalue gold much higher, let's say to $10,000, but then it's also very beneficial to China and Russia. So I think that's not of the interest. That's not the road the US wants to go.
Yeah, and if they do revalue it to the current spot prices, even around $2,700, what does that mean for the gold market? I mean, does the price go up?
Well, it shows gold is coming back into the system.
Yeah.
The US tried to convince us that gold is just a commodity. After taking the dollar off the gold standard, the US have been working very hard to convince, especially central banks around the world, that gold's just a commodity. You better sell it. You don't need it as a national reserve. After the collapse of Lehman in 2008, this mood changed in the world. And I think it's quite clear that gold is back as an essential part of the monetary system. And even the president of the Dutch Central Bank, he said in a national television interview last year, we need gold to, stabilize the system when things go wrong.
Yeah, we're here a year ago. You and I sat down at this very conference. Here we are. It's our 15th year covering it. I want to change over to mining for a second.
Yeah.
We're at PDAC. You've been on the ground. You've been talking to some of these miners. And you had another interesting take writing that mining gold is like a license to print money right now.
Oh, yeah.
Some of these big caps, I mean, $5 billion on the free trade cash flow.
Yeah.
What's happening? Explain the market.
Well, I was just covering, like your team at the BMO conference in Miami, where you see the larger gold producers. They really have a license to print money now. If you look at the free cash flow, if you look at their profits, but if you look at the valuations, it's a great buy as an investor. They're trading 8 times earnings. The Barricks, the Newmans, they're 8 to 10 times earnings. So I think there will be some nice surprises if we look at the at their profits. And the junior miners are still valued like nothing is happening. We invest in companies who are discovering gold, and they're valued at $7 or $10 an ounce gold in the ground. And I think we're in for a very big re-rate in the junior space.
You have the commodity fund. Have you seen retail? I mean, we've seen the inflows in the ETF side, but have you seen retail investors come to the market yet on miners?
We've been very lucky because we had net inflow every year since inception 2008. It died a bit down in the last few years, but last year we had an inflow of 15 million euros. And in the first 2 months this year, we already have seen inflow of 5 million euros. So it's really picking up. And what we see is the tickets are getting larger. So we get more of the family offices, so the real high net worth people who are getting quite nervous. And they start with tickets of 1 million, half a million. Well, we used to have many retail clients who started with just 50K or 25K.
Yeah,
So that's a big change.
Okay, I got to switch over to the dollar. An interesting time. I want your take on what's happening with the U.S. dollar and what's next for the world's reserve currency.
It's no surprise that we're moving away from this unipolar to a multipolar world. The dollar will survive. Like the British pound is still there. We don't have the British Empire anymore. British pound is still there. So I think we'll end up in the same situation. The Western world will still trade around the dollar, while the Eastern world, let's say the BRICS alliance, and the BRICS alliance is getting stronger by the day, they will work on a separate system and don't trade that much in the dollar. Actually, if you study the bilateral trade of China, most of that trade isn't done in dollars anymore. It's done in their own currency. So China, of course, has a large reason to work on a parallel system, and they are the leaders of this BRICS alliance. And that also explains why Trump is threatening the BRICS alliance with 100% tariffs, and that shows that the US is afraid of the BRICS alliance.
But it seems like it's worked. It seems like BRICS has said, okay, we're going to rethink this a little
bit.
bit.
But the unintended consequence will be that more and more countries, they understand the bully politics of Trump, and they will move away from the dollar. If you start to threaten other countries, it shows weakness. That doesn't show strength.
Yeah, almost using it as a weapon at that point. Do you believe in the resource currency, the reserve currency status? J.D. Vance has brought this topic up with Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I think back in 2023, that with manufacturing and everything else that's been swallowed up, other than connecting the money printer, I mean, Washington, Wall Street. How's the dollar going to fare with all of this?
Well, I think the Trump administration and Trump himself have been quite open that they want a lower dollar, not a higher dollar. And since Trump started, since he arrived in the White House, what was it, January 20th? Yeah. The dollar has been trending lower, and we think the dollar topped out. It's trending lower now, might continue to go lower. Of course, that supports gold, the gold rally as well. So
what's the game plan, though? Get back to QT? Is it get QE? We're going to just take the money on the market over the next 6 months?
The game plan is that they will work on something very creative where the crypto, the Bitcoin reserve, is part of it. I think he has quite a strong financial team. Scott Bessent, who's a Wall Street veteran. Yeah. He understands this very well. He used to have his training with the Soros guys. He worked for Soros. He's no dummy. He knows what he's doing. And I think he will try to keep Elon Musk out of Fort Knox because that might destabilize it.
Interesting, because Scott Bessent has been on the record kind of saying in the past little while that in 6 months we'll see Trump's economy, almost like a little hint where it might get worse before it gets better. Is that your take?
Yeah, and they will blame, of course, we will enter a recession in the US. But they can always say that's what we inherited from the Biden administration. Now we're going to solve it. We're going to work on this new golden era. But we're in for a wild ride, and it won't be boring.
Yeah, it won't be boring. All right, Willem Middelkoop joining us now. Thanks for making the trip across the pond from Amsterdam. Of course, the founder and CIO of the Commodity Discovery Fund. Thanks, my friend.
Okay.
Appreciate it as always. I'm Jeremy Saffin for all of us here at Kitco News. We're here all week at PDAC. It's our 15th year covering it. We're going to have some great guests coming up all week long. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We'll see you next time.
Kitco News special coverage of PDAC is brought to you by Gold Mining, Uranium Energy Corps, and Uranium Royalty Corps. Kitco News special coverage of PDAC is brought to you by Gold Mining, Uranium Energy Corps, and Uranium Royalty Corps.
Welcome back to Kitco News. I'm Jeremy Saffin, coming to you from the PDAC 2025 conference here in Toronto today. Certainly a lot of buzz around us. Now, the global race for critical minerals is in full swing, and Canada's Arctic is emerging as a key battleground. The nations are scrambling to secure resources essential for energy, defense, and technology. And Agnico Eagle, now one of the world's largest gold miners after overtaking Newmont, finds itself at the center of the action. Mining veteran and Agnico chairman of the board, Sean Boyd, who built Agnico into a global powerhouse, is now influencing policy at the highest levels. He's advocating for a strategic Arctic development plan to secure Canada's mineral future. Now, as sovereigns moving aggressively to control supply chains, can Canada keep up? Well, let's break it down. Sean, welcome back to Kitco News. Great to see you.
Great to be here.
We last chatted in Boca Raton, Florida. It was an interesting time because it was just prior to the Trump presidency. We were talking about what the strategy was, and it seems that critical minerals and the North are still part of the plan. Before I get into that, I want to start with what a year and two it's been for gold with these prices in Agnico Metal. Your stock's up over 116%. You enjoying the ride?
Yeah, well, as you know, I've been doing this for 40 years, and this is a really unique time because it's a time when gold is strong while the stock market's setting record levels. while the US dollar is strong. That's not supposed to happen. And then when you layer on the fact that the Canadian dollar, when gold's strong, is supposed to be stronger, it's weaker. So that's a huge benefit for us. So this is the first time in decades where we've been able to pile up substantial amounts of cash. It's a good thing. There's no shortage of opportunities within the portfolio to spend it on. So it's a good time.
Yeah, I mean, break this open. You guys are north of $2 billion in cash flow. I mean, your all-in sustaining cost is $1,200. I mean, just above. I mean, your margins are over 50%. You've edged out Newmont on the market cap. How wild is this ride? Did you set out to build Agnico like this?
No, we just set out to, as we would say in the early years, we just happen to be gold miners, so let's just build a high-quality business that happens to mine for gold. So that was the objective, but the objective was also, our mission statement is to create above-average returns for our shareholders, do it in a way where we create a great place to work for our employees, and also to make meaningful contributions to our communities. So we look at the last several decades, and we hit all of those three. If one of those areas we didn't do what we were hoping to do, then we wouldn't be able to call it a success. It's been a big success.
It's been a big success. I know we've been talking about the Arctic and the strategy in terms of minerals. Countries looking, I mean, obviously America looking hard right now. Talk a little bit about the background. I know you're passionate about it. What's the opportunity there?
Well, it's a region that's largely unexplored. It's a region where the indigenous communities, the indigenous leaders are supportive of responsible resource development. So you've got geology, you've got communities that want mining, you've got a country now that needs mining. We've always needed mining. This country was built on mining, but now there's an extra impetus now to take advantage of the opportunities that exist in the north, not just for mining, but in terms of the potential of the people. So that's coming together now. We could see it the last couple of years where people were reflecting and say, yeah, mining does a lot of good. So now there's a focus on the north, geopolitical focus on the north. We have it. We have a responsibility to develop it for the communities up there, but also for the 40 million Canadians that will benefit for multi-decades if we get this right.
Yeah.
But now's the time to move.
Yeah, you know, the stigmatism that you're talking about, it seems like it's waned quite a bit, particularly as Trump comes into the White House and there's this new rush for, you know, national security, kind of some its own sovereignty when it comes to the critical mineral strategy. I know Canada and the U.S. work really, really closely on that. Can you give any insights? I mean, who's ahead of this race?
Well, I think when we look at the north, it's vast. It requires a lot of capital to do it properly. There's certainly going to need to be cooperation given we have our U.S. partners there in Alaska going all the way to Denmark and Greenland. That opens up tremendous opportunities in the north as we think about investments in strategic infrastructure. We think about investments in social infrastructure in the communities. This is about presence. Presence is sovereignty. There's also responsibility for Canada to protect the northern flank. The best way to do it is to build strong communities around a strong economy, and the resource base is the foundation. So really it's now the opportunity for governments to work closely together. I think we know as a mining industry, given how costly it is to operate in the north, the government has no alternative but to invest in alongside industry and communities to help to maximize that opportunity. So who's ahead, who's behind? I think what we've learned in meetings in Washington is that this is a strategic imperative for the West to narrow the gap in critical metals and critical metals processing with China. And Canada can play a leading role there, but we've got to work together, we've got to work smarter up there, and we got to start now. Yeah. We don't need any more policy papers. And so we see the Hope Bay project, even though we haven't made a formal announcement, this could be the start of a bunch of announcements in the north about meaningful investment that are going to set up regions for multi-decade growth in economies.
Has Canada changed? I mean, obviously the stance has changed, but how far did we put ourselves behind in those years where we weren't actually encouraged to go out and have this sovereign, you know, wealth in terms of what we have in resources? I mean, I think about it, you can't even get oil to New Brunswick in Canada, right? There's no pipeline from coast to coast. Is it opening up? Are we going to become more of a drill, baby, drill like Trump's done in the States?
Well, I think what we realize is that what we expected to be the path forward has changed now. And that's okay, because I think we'll look back on this period and say, boy, that was a nice kick in the rear end that we actually needed to understand what the opportunity set was. It's risky, mining's a risk business, but there's a tremendous opportunity, and we have willing partners in the north that are willing to work with the right partners to do this properly. So we're behind, but we can catch up. But if we don't start now, then we're going to fall further behind. So I think there's an acknowledgement that that has to be done. The question is how to do it. And it's going to be industry with experience, working with willing communities, but also working with governments at all levels to provide critical investment in critical infrastructure and in social infrastructure to help kickstart the next phase of investment up there.
We talked about that north of $2 billion in free cash flow. We've seen some acquisitions take place in this sector this year. Is that a growth strategy going forward? I mean, just going and acquiring property as opposed to starting fresh?
I think that's always part of the equation. I think even though we've generated lots of wealth through the drill bit, we have acquired situations and opportunities. We can go back to 2005 when we sort of stepped out of our comfort zone and went to northern Finland, north of the Arctic Circle. So there was a series of smaller acquisitions that sort of put the right geology in our hands with an understanding of the upside and potential. We're always on the lookout for that. But we built it carefully. We didn't want to be everywhere because then it becomes unmanageable. Mining's tough enough. So when you start going into parts of the world which are difficult to operate in, when you start introducing too much complexity in your business, it becomes unmanageable. Why have we been successful? We've added smart pieces along the way at reasonable and fair prices with a view on geological upside, and that assessment of geological upside was made through the lens of a mine builder. We build our own mines. So when we see drill results, our team has the ability to say, this is what that can project into, and then we move in and we move in quickly. And so that's a formula we'll continue to use, but we have a good, strong pipeline, so we can be choosy, we can be picky, and we'll continue to do that.
And with these costs and these margins, I mean, where have you saved on the costs? The other miners still seem to have some supply chain issues where they've had some, some heightened costs there. Where is the margin? I mean, is it people?
Yeah, it's a bunch of things. Some of it's regional focus, so we've got operations that are close to each other, so we get advantage of cost savings there and synergies there. But it's also the ability to move knowledge and skill around the company, and we've actually paid attention and focused on that. I think where companies get in trouble, the big companies, they don't have their arms fully wrapped around their assets, and they get surprised. We've been a company that we've grown, and we've grown dramatically over the last 25 years, but we've done it at a pace that we're comfortable with in terms of managing. So I think that's a huge advantage, and we've been able to deliver the margin, keep our costs below the major peers because of that regional strategy. And it's also about grade, it's delivering the ounces. Unit costs are delivering the ounces. That's a big part about that. You forget about that. We're all facing the same price pressures, but we've been able to manage that by hitting targets, delivering on the ounces, and that keeps the unit cost down.
I saw you do an interview before. You were talking, you said gold could get up to that $5,000 mark. I mean, we've seen the resilience of it in this past 2 years with new record highs. You've been in this industry a long time. Has it surprised you to see how quickly this run has ran?
I think yes, in a way, but we always knew it was possible. We thought it would play out over a little bit of a longer period of time, but I think what we got too used to, and that's just all investors, is a period of very low interest rates, no inflation, relative stock market stability, but we had world order. Now we have world disorder. And when is the world disorder going to calm down and settle down? Nobody can tell you now. And when you have the big players wanting gold, the central banks wanting physical gold, wanting it close to home, it tells you likely that there's going to be continued uncertainty in the world because they want that physical asset. So gold's really done what we all thought it was going to do, is preserve wealth, store a value. It's delivering that in spades right now versus record high stock markets. That's likely going to continue as we go forward. And again, didn't surprise us it's at 3,000. Maybe it got towards that level faster than we thought. It won't surprise us if it's 5,000.
Does anything surprise you about the repatriation, of seeing all this gold move from Europe over to the U.S. in terms of physical gold?
No, and I think we saw a bit of that. I'm not sure exactly. I think it was 10 years ago where Germany said, we want half of our gold back that's currently stored in the U.S. So I think that's a good sign, is that demonstrates that the owners of gold feel uncertainty's coming, and they don't want it somewhere else. They want it close to home. And that just demonstrates the power of gold and its store of value proposition.
Interesting. Okay, well, I got to leave you with this. I got to ask you about this whole energy transition, because it almost feels like Agnico is really set up to kind of lead the charts here in the Canadian side. Oh, you guys have mostly focused on gold. Obviously, there's copper there as a byproduct. Any diversification in terms of that, or you're going to focus on this? We got $3,000 gold.
Yeah, that's our core business. Yeah. That's what we do well. That's what our shareholders want us to do. But we're also in the business of mining, and we're in the business of generating superior returns for our shareholders. So at one point in our history, our revenue mix was 50% zinc, 50% gold with LaRonde. So we've been there before. We're not going to that extreme, but there's an opportunity to add good deposits in the right regions where we have a demonstrated expertise and get some diversification. We see that in our San Nicolas project with Teck, 50-50. It's in a region of Mexico where we can do business. We have good relationships. We have a great team down there. We're getting some good exploration results there. So that's the type of situation that we would be open to if we could find it. So no plan, again, when we started out, late 90s thinking about how to build the business, we didn't set out to build one this big. We're not setting out here to say we need to diversify away from gold, but if we see the right geology, right deposit, high quality in jurisdictions we understand, we have to be interested in it.
Interesting. Okay, well, before I let you go, I need to ask about Washington as well. I mean, I know that you're actively down there. You're always talking to stakeholders in the government. In terms of that, I'm curious, where you think we're going to go this next year in terms of tariff talks. Is it just going to continue to be volatile for the next 5-6 months, and with all the rhetoric going on, or do you think that we're going to get to some runway here?
I think it's hard to say. We have supposedly tariffs coming tomorrow. We don't know how much. Supposedly it's less than 25. I think that just speaks to the unpredictability of it all. And so we have to wait and see. So I think tariffs, the objectives seem to be multiple there. Right. So I think we have to sort of put that noise aside, although it could be painful, and just focus on how do we run our business. And fortunately, we have a product we can sell anywhere. Maybe it impacts a little bit on the cost side, but that's not going to deter. If Canada gets hit with tariffs, we're still building mines, we're still building Hope Bay, we're still doing what we need to do. And I think as a country, that's the way we've got to look at it. It may be tough for some industries, but we have to still keep our head down and keep working hard and keep investing in this country.
Yeah, well said. All right, Sean Boyd, Chairman of the Board of the Agnico Eagle. Thanks, my friend. Appreciate your time.
Great to be here.
I'm Jeremy Savin for all of us here at Kitco News. We are at PDAC. It's our 15th year of covering this wonderful event in downtown Toronto. Stay with us. We're going to be back with some great guests all week long. We'll see you next time.
Kitco News special coverage of PDAC is brought to you by Gold Mining, Uranium Energy Corps, and Uranium Royalty Corps.
The dollar would collapse, the stock market would collapse, the bond market would collapse, banking system would collapse, the insurance companies would collapse, everything. This is the Great Reset. Little by little by little, I call it logarithmic decay. Little by little by little by little, it starts to chip away as those dollars are there's no longer a necessity to hold them. And as those dollars start to come home, inflation rates would go higher and higher and higher and higher. But when the world catches on that this is a trend in motion that isn't going to stop and will only get faster, that's when things get very interesting. And if we were to see an outright dumping globally, like in Operation Sandman, as Mike Adams talks about, it would be chaotic, because the natural reaction of the dollar creating hyperinflation being dumped across the globe, hitting our shores in a tsunami of inflation, would be a massive spike in interest rates. And the over-leveraging of the banks in particular is a real big problem here. When they say it's time and they flip the switch, I think the West will have a hard time to push back against it, because you will be talking the majority of human population, a larger military might, a larger portion of GDP, and the majority of the world's commodities. I think they realize that if they're going to do this, they need to be methodical about it and have all their ducks in a row. The question is, how fast does it accelerate? And that's anyone's guess.
On the Spot with Michelle McCory is brought to you by Swan Bitcoin.
Hello, I'm Michelle McCory. Thank you for joining us. In a major shift, Saudi Arabia has let the petrodollar agreement expire, opting to sell oil in multiple currencies instead of exclusively using the US dollar. The agreement of the past 50 years expired on June 9th. Now, the so-called petrodollar deal reportedly stipulated that Saudi Arabia would price its oil exports exclusively in US dollars and invest its surplus oil revenues in US Treasury bonds. In exchange, the US would provide military support and protection to the kingdom. This helped the US dollar cement its position as the world's reserve currency and ushered in an era of American prosperity. So Saudi Arabia, now looking to move beyond an exclusive relationship with the US, marks a significant change in global economic dynamics and could have far-reaching implications for the US dollar's dominance. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia's central bank has also joined a trial for a China-led central bank digital currency cross-border payment system known as Project Enbridge. And this could be another step towards less of the world's oil being traded in US dollars. And this all happens as the de-dollarization trend continues, with the BRICS Plus ministers of foreign affairs recently meeting in Russia. Members reiterated calls to ditch the dollar and use their own currencies in trade and financial transactions. And it's arguably the weaponization of the dollar after Russia's invasion of Ukraine that has accelerated the trend to de-dollarize. And as the BRICS members were meeting in Russia, in Italy, leaders of the G7 were also meeting, and they agreed to issue $50 billion in loans for Ukraine that are backed by the profits of frozen Russian sovereign assets. Now, ahead of the summit, the United States decided to expand sanctions on Russia and China. These new measures target Chinese companies that support Russia's efforts in Ukraine and aim to deter foreign financial institutions from dealing with sanctioned Russian entities. Now, this caused an immediate suspension of trading in dollars and euros on Russia's leading financial marketplace, the Moscow Exchange. And Russia has also now officially adopted the Chinese yuan as its primary foreign currency. And this all comes as China has been dumping its dollar assets. Beijing sold a record $53.3 billion worth of US treasuries and agency bonds in the first quarter and has been piling into gold. The precious metal now makes up almost 5% of Chinese reserves, the highest since at least 2015. Now, not only are central banks buying gold at record levels, but they're also reducing their share of US dollar reserves. According to the IMF, dollar reserves held by central banks fell to 58.4% during the fourth quarter of 2023. That is the lowest level in 25 years. Well, here to discuss all of these developments and more, what this all means for the global monetary system, the fate of the dollar, and your savings and investments, is Andy Schectman. Andy is the president and owner of Miles Franklin Precious Metals. He has over 3 decades of experience in the precious metals sector and is a well-regarded expert on monetary history and political economy. Andy, it is great to have you back with us here on Kitco.
Michelle, it's great to be back. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Andy, it is very good to see you, but every time we connect, more of what you warned would happen in our previous interviews does indeed come to fruition. So it's always with a little bit of trepidation that we speak. Now, Andy, you have long warned that we will see a change in the dollar-denominated money order, that the dollar will lose its status as the global reserve currency and asset. And first time we spoke was January of 2023, where you warned that the trend to de-dollarize was accelerating, especially following the sanctions imposed on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine and banning Moscow from the international SWIFT system, what many called the weaponization of the dollar. Now, since then, much has happened, including the expansion of the BRICS, something that you said would happen, and member countries formalizing bilateral trade agreements, not using the dollar, but their own currencies, something you also said would happen. We've even had non-member countries like France ditching the dollar and completing natural gas deals with China paid for entirely in yuan. You also correctly called that the Saudis would join the BRICS or align with the BRICS. They do kind of have a little bit of a toe still out of the water there, straddling it a bit, but you were correct that they would align with the BRICS. And last time we spoke, you said that the Saudis joining the BRICS would be of huge significance to the petrodollar status and would accelerate de-dollarization. And it seems you have been right again on that one. Now, they've joined the BRICS, and just as a reminder to our viewers, the BRICS plus countries produce about 44% of the world's crude oil now. Now, the Saudis, it seems, have let this 50-year-long petrodollar agreement lapse. They haven't renewed it. It doesn't look like they will. Now, this is super important because part of what keeps the dollar as the global reserve currency has been its status as the petrodollar, meaning that oil could only be purchased using dollars. So let's start off with some history, some background here, and remind our viewers how the dollar got the status of the global reserve currency in the first place. If you would be so kind as to give us just a very quick recap of Bretton Woods, then Nixon taking us off the gold standard, and then signing the petrodollar deal with the Saudi king back in 1974, and how we got here. Why don't we start off with that?
Sure. At the end of the World War II, 1944, the Allies met at Bretton Woods. The dollar replaced the pound sterling as the world reserve currency. And we told the world at that point that you take our dollars, but can always exchange them back at a fixed rate of $35 per ounce of gold. We will, in essence, back the currency by gold, making it as good as gold. And it was that way until, 1971, when several of the European leaders, in particular de Gaulle from France, realized that we were printing more money to fund the guns and butter endeavor in the Vietnam War than we had gold backing it, and called our bluff and sent warships to New York Harbor filled with dollar bills requesting a transformation into gold. And we did that so much so that over the period of about a year and a half, about half of the gold held at the Treasury was bled down. And this is what led Nixon to take the unconventional step at that point of temporarily, which never opened back up, the gold window. And at that point, our currency was completely fiat. That would be Bretton Woods 1. Bretton Woods 2 loosely would be when Kissinger, as you mentioned, 50 years ago last week, struck a deal with the Saudi kingdom that, hey, we're going to protect you, provide you munitions, but for that protection, you will, by extension of OPEC, value oil in dollars, and then take the excess reserves and recycle them into U.S. treasuries. And it has been that way for, as you mentioned, 50 years. Now, if we take that at face value that this deal was not renewed, we then will follow what Zoltan Pozsar says is Bretton Woods 3, where we are right now, a system that would be identified primarily by commodities. And I would add into it transparency. A system that was predicated on opaque debt instruments and promises by a government that is borderline insolvent and viewed, as I told you way back when in 2022, as being hypocritical. And we are viewed that way by much of the Southern Hemisphere. I think the days of that being accepted as an asset, the debt promises of a country that is viewed as hypocritical, those days are coming rapidly to an end. And we see that by the massive sell-off in treasuries that we've seen over the last year or two by the countries that have been our primary creditors, China and Japan and Saudi, and all of these countries that have been holding our treasuries. Seems to be that things are changing quite a bit. And I think you can really highlight not only, as you mentioned, the weaponization of the dollar in the treasury market, but taking the unconventional, very dangerous step of confiscating, or all right, let's just call it what it is, stealing the Russian assets, whether it be stealing the interest on the accrual, which the European Union is talking about, to fund the Ukraine and the war, or the United States confiscating the $5 billion in assets we're holding to fund munitions, to give to the country that that is fighting the country we stole it from. This is a line that, once you cross it, can you come back from it? It's like a broken glass thrown against the wall. Can you put it back together before mom and dad comes home? And I don't know, Michelle, if that's even possible.
Okay, before we get into all of those issues again, I just really want to help our viewers understand the significance of oil being priced in US dollars for all this time and what it could mean if indeed this agreement is now fully done with.
Yeah, so every country on the planet's had to stockpile dollars for the last 50 years in order to buy oil. The significance of that is extraordinary, almost as extraordinary as taking the reserves, the excess, and putting it into treasuries, which is the reserve status of the dollar. The settlement status of the dollar, where every country needed to own it and stockpile it in order to buy oil, is certainly being challenged by all of these deals that are being done bilaterally, where countries will trade with one another in local currencies. And this is a huge deal. In other words, what is the incentive of countries to hold our dollars, which are being inflated away at a rate of $1 trillion in debt every single 100 days? What used to take 200 years to accumulate $1 trillion, now we're doing it in 100 days. And a government that has chosen weaponization of the treasury and the dollar if we don't align ideologically. So the incentive of these countries who have been forced into holding dollars and stockpiling them, creating a synthetic demand, you could argue is no longer in place. Now, how fast does this unwind is the big question. But yeah, it's very, very, very significant. The reason the dollar was called the petrodollar, the reason that it had such great privilege and the hegemony, if you will, was created because everyone had to own it in order to buy oil. And oil makes the world go round. You take that away, and what is behind the dollar, it becomes truly fiat, backed by nothing whatsoever. But as Putin has recently said in a conference, the confidence of the United States economy, and I have to add to that the confidence of the United States government. And you ask yourself, is that waning? I'll leave that up to people to decide. I'm sure we'll talk about that as this interview goes on.
Right. So, the dollar backed by the full faith of the US government. But paint a picture for us. What happens when people stop using the dollar for oil? What happens globally, and what happens to people here in the US with dollars?
Well, ultimately, it loses value. I mean, the theory really would be that as those dollars, there are way more dollars outside the U.S. than are inside the U.S. because of the stockpiling to buy oil for 50 years. And as those dollars come home and are sold back to the issuer, because no one wants to hold them anymore. Now, it hasn't turned out into a full-fledged dumping, which I could see it turning into that at some point. But there still is demand for the dollar, as you mentioned, still does represent 58% of global reserves. And there is dollar-denominated debt that needs to be paid off. But little by little by little, I call it logarithmic decay. Little by little by little by little, it starts to chip away as those dollars are there's no longer a necessity to hold them. And as those dollars start to come home, inflation rates would go higher and higher and higher and higher. And heaven forbid it's a dumping. There's something out there called Project Sandman that basically says there's a whole group of 150, 175 countries that have agreed to do just that, to dump dollars in treasuries at a predetermined time. The question is it orderly or is it chaotic? But as those dollars come home, the level of inflation rises as those currency units are added to the currency base here, which would then raise interest rates. And that's the big thing that I've always talked about, is that Powell doesn't want to raise rates, doesn't want to let the 10-year treasury get above 5% because of the over-leveraged system, in particular the banks and the broker or the insurance companies that are massively over-leveraged and undercapitalized. And as rates rise, and supposedly this magic number is at 5% on the 10-year treasury, things start to break. Now, if all of a sudden the world is no longer holding dollars and in fact forsaking and dumping them and throwing them back to the issuer, creating much, much higher inflation than the CPI would probably tell us, the market would demand a higher interest rate to compensate for that loss of purchasing power. You can't have double-digit inflation and single-digit interest rates. Your currency dies. So interest rates would rise to meet that loss in purchasing power, to compensate for that. And when that happens, that's when you start to get into problems where, as rates rise, things that in this country that make people feel wealthy, their stock holdings, their bond holdings, their real estate holdings, and the money held in the bank are all inversely correlated to that moment. And the over-leveraging of the banks in particular is a real big problem here. But if you think about it, if this happened all at once. If it was all at once, it would be catastrophic, as everything in this country is inversely correlated to a spike in interest rates, including the banks and the insurance companies. And when you realize that this is something that, you know, I've been talking about for 4 years and has materialized much faster than I would have ever have dreamed. When I started talking about it, nobody was, and now everybody is. And when I think to myself, could this really happen in a fashion that would be chaotic? I think absolutely it could. Look, it starts off slow, and the players that are in the know don't want to cut off their nose to spite their face. So it starts with little by little by little de-dollarization, de-treasurization, replacing gold or replacing treasuries with gold, doing it slowly, methodically. But when the world catches on that this is a trend in motion that isn't going to stop and will only get faster, that's when things get very interesting. And if we were to see an outright dumping globally, like an Operation Sandman, as Mike Adams talks about, it would be chaotic, because the natural reaction of the dollar creating hyperinflation being dumped across the globe, hitting our shores in a tsunami of inflation, would be a massive spike in interest rates. The dollar would collapse. The stock market would collapse. The bond market would collapse. Banking system would collapse. The insurance companies would collapse. Everything. This is the Great Reset. Could it happen? I don't know. I hope not. But I think that we will see a progression, a continued progression of de-dollarization, de-treasurization that we have seen accelerate over the last few years. It's not stopping. Question is, how fast does it accelerate? And that's anyone's guess.
Right. So even if there isn't this coordinated Operation Sandman for everybody to dump the dollars at once, even without that, this is very consequential, because beyond agreeing to sell oil in dollars, part of the deal was that the Saudis agreed to invest surplus oil revenues in U.S. Treasury bonds. And that's what helped the U.S. dollar cement its position as the world's reserve currency, and also ushered in an era of prosperity for Americans. They enjoyed the benefits of being the preferred market for global corporations to sell their wares to for all commodities. And the inflow of foreign capital into U.S. Treasury bonds supported low interest rates and a robust bond market. So what are the implications of that angle alone if the Saudis don't invest that surplus money back into the U.S.?
That is the angle alone. And a lot of people who push back against this thesis say, well, you know, the BRICS don't have a bond market, and the bond market is still the most liquid, and where do you put your reserves? Well, I'll tell you where you put your reserves. First and foremost, they have been putting them into gold. And if you go back 25 years, gold has doubled the performance of the bond market. It's averaged 9.9% compounding per year for the last 25 years. But what it doesn't have is counterparty risk. So when you look at all of these bilateral agreements, if we go back to the meeting in South Africa last year, that was that was the plan. That was, you know, go back to the drawing board. We still need to talk about how we reach a common settlement currency. And I want to talk about that for a moment, because James Rickards has a very interesting take on that, and I agree with it. But in the meantime, let's all trade in local currencies, where, you know, China just canceled big orders for grain from Australia and the United States, replacing it with orders from Brazil, the second largest producer or exporter of corn in the world, and a big a grain producer. And they will take yuan for the payment, not in dollars. That chips away at the dollar settlement. And then the reserves would then be put into gold instead of U.S. Treasuries, which have a better track record and have no counterparty liability. But this is being seen everywhere, whether it be between Iran and China, or, as you mentioned earlier, between China and the United Arab Emirates, or between Russia and India. All these countries are trading in local currencies. That chips away at the dollar settlement status. The reserve status gets chipped away when we see these countries shedding treasuries, like we've seen. China's down to just over 700 billion in treasuries from almost 3 trillion, and their gold holdings have increased, other than this month, which has remained stagnant for 19 straight months in a row. That's indicative of all of these countries in the Southern Hemisphere. They are slowly and methodically detreasurizing and accumulating gold and foreign or commodities in replacement. And I really do believe that these commodities, as Zoltan Pozsar calls Bretton Woods 3, a system backed by commodities, have become more valuable than the currencies that they're being bought with. And so the lack of treasury settlement is really the key. And I think this is the one thing that the people who, the dollar bulls and the recency bias, normalcy bias people are missing. And yes, there isn't something like the bond market yet, but I think gold represents not only, think about it, treasuries represent but a very small sliver of history in terms of other countries accepting a country's debt as an asset. But gold has a 5,000-year history of that, as do all of these commodities. There's an old saying, he who has the commodity, or the gold rather, makes the rules. And this flow of commodities, in particular gold and silver, from the west to the east is being massively underestimated. And I think that underestimation of the significance of that is a very, very big Achilles heel. This is something where these countries, I believe, are looking to commodities to replace, in particular gold, which is the only other tier 1 reserve asset, as mandated by the BIS in 2019. Look at the massive accumulation of gold by all of these Southern Hemisphere countries and the slow de-dollarization and de-treasurization. They are trading treasuries and dollars for commodities that cannot be weaponized or inflated away. And that's really, gold is the issue here, and it's being overlooked.
The golden rule, Andy, he who has the gold makes the rules, right? Now, you mentioned that 2019 change in the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, the central bank of central banks, when they made gold a tier 1 asset. Explain the significance of that, because that was one of the first points that I think really started to trigger this process in your mind that this de-dollarization trend is really going to accelerate.
Yeah, well, since World War II, there's been one tier 1 asset by central bank standards, U.S. Treasuries and dollars. And in 2017, when we saw the Bundesbank lead the charge to repatriate their gold from the New York Fed, slowly thereafter, the Bank of Austria, Hungary, Turkey, Poland, the Czech National Bank, the Dutch National Bank, they all said, give us our gold back from the Bank of England and the New York Fed, and then quietly went on a buying spree where in 2018, the following year, those same banks bought more gold as a group than they did in the 60 years previously combined. Those numbers have continued to increase ever since, but in 2019, the BIS said, oh, by the way, gold is now tier 1, and that's a huge deal when you put all of this together. And look where we are right now. Countries are continuing to do the same thing. In fact, what we saw, what did we see? The Bank of India, who just bought 1.5 times the amount of gold they bought all of last year, just in the first 4 months of this year, but they repatriated their gold. They brought it back from the Bank of India to the point where much of their gold is, or from the Bank of England rather, much of their gold has been sitting there since 1991. They now hold almost all of their gold. But this is not something that is immune just to India here, or centered just on India. We've seen Saudi Arabia and Egypt and 6 African countries just bring all of their gold back from the New York Fed. So not only is gold a tier 1 asset, a riskless asset, if it's a riskless asset, you want to have remove counterparty liability. So these countries who understand that it can replace the dollar or the bond market, rather, the treasury, in terms of its status as a reserve, and being recognized by the BIS, they are also removing counterparty risk by taking it back from the Bank of England, which is the same thing as the London Metals or the London Bullion Market Association, and the COMEX, which is the New York Fed. This repatriation is just as important as the accumulation.
Yeah, and in fact, Andy, according to a study by Invesco last year, a substantial share of central banks were concerned about what we saw with sanctions against Russia, and 68% of respondents said that they were keeping reserves at home, compared to 50% in 2020. So in 5 years, according to this Invesco survey of repatriation, that figure is expected to rise to 74% of countries repatriating their gold. We know China has been on a massive gold buying spree, buying at least for the last 18 months, apparently a pause in the last month. We can get into that. Where is Saudi Arabia with its gold purchases?
Saudi, well, again, not everything, a lot of the trading is done in a very opaque manner in what's called the over-the-counter market on the London Metals Exchange. So it's far more private, far less scrutiny, less transparency. They've spent a tremendous amount of money investing in natural resource discoveries, in gold and silver mines. I don't know how much they've been buying. Suffice it to say, by all estimations, they have been buying a lot and using the selling of treasuries and replacing it with gold for the reasons that we just spoke about. And it was Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Senegal, Cameroon, Algeria, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia that just brought all their gold back from the New York Fed. So I don't have the official numbers, how much they've been buying, but if it's anything like the rest of the countries in the Southern Hemisphere, a lot. And let's remember one other thing, that Saudi Arabia has been selling their oil for the last year to China for yuan. And what then happens is that yuan is immediately convertible, because maybe China doesn't want to hold the yuan. They can immediately send it back and convert it into gold on the Shanghai Gold Exchange, which is cash and carry. Give me the money, take the product. And we're seeing an extraordinary amount of action coming off the Shanghai Gold Exchange, where these countries are accepting the yuan. For example, all of the, like, for example, you take a look at Iran, who just struck a deal with China to modernize their biggest airport. They're paying for it in oil, but any transactions that are done where yuan is received, they are immediately convertible into gold on the Shanghai Gold Exchange. This is how countries like Iran selling their oil for yuan, or Saudi Arabia doing it, or Russia doing it. These assets that are being sold for yuan can convert into the world's only other tier one asset. My guess, a lot more than we would be led to believe. And the repatriation from the New York Fed, I think, speaks volumes about their desire and their outlook to hold gold themselves and what that actually means.
So let's get back to this petrodollar agreement. Has there been an official statement from the Saudis or from the US? Is this confirmed?
I haven't seen really a ton that confirms in an official statement. I wouldn't expect the United States to say anything, really. I mean, that would just fit like a hand in glove. But in terms, look, I've seen in several Russian news outlets that confirms it, but I have not seen anything from the Saudis. The Saudis seem to kind of be playing both sides of the fence here, so to speak, and I'm sure they have reasons to do that. But I mean, look, the Saudis just turned down an invitation to join the G7 meeting that was just here just a few days ago. In Italy, they turned it down. They didn't want to go there. They are uniting very, very closely, as you can see, with the rest of these countries. And when you take a look at they just joined fully Project Enbridge. And people have been following me know I've been talking about Project Enbridge for over 2 years. And that is a cross-border digital payment system that was designed by China, Hong Kong, United Arab Emirates, and Thailand. And they are now a full member. I'll read to you. It says, Saudi Arabia has joined a China-dominated central bank digital currency cross-border trial in what could be another step towards less of the world's oil trading being done in U.S. dollars. The move announced by the Bank of International Settlements on Wednesday will see Saudi's central bank become a full participant in Project Enbridge. Now, what's interesting about Project Enbridge, they did 2 trial trades in 2023. The first was China using digital yuan cross-border with United Arab Emirates for oil. And the second one was digital yuan cross-border for gold. And in both cases here, I think what you are seeing are the 2 assets that are being remonetized. As I mentioned, Iran is paying China in oil to modernize their biggest airport. And, when you take a look at what gold represents and the massive amount of gold accumulation by the Southern Hemisphere and the drawdown in all of the world's exchanges and the convertibility of gold off the Shanghai Gold Exchange for yuan, all of these things are coming together where I think it's fitting, it's setting up for a perfect storm where Zoltan Pozsar is right. This is about commodities leading the way, and these countries are in a race to slowly, methodically accumulate commodities without causing too much attention. So am I surprised there hasn't been any official announcement? No, not yet, but their actions are betraying their lack of rhetoric. And I think it will become very obvious at some point. And that's when the de-dollarization and the de-treasurization accentuates. These countries don't want it to happen too quick. As James Rickards talks about the common settlement currency, the reason you don't see it yet is they want greater mass. Well, there was 5 and now 10 and 59 countries. You had mentioned a meeting in Novograd, and what came out of that meeting were several things, but the one thing that I noticed the most that came out of that meeting was 59 countries have expressed interest and said they're going to join the BRICS. And, Jim's comment was, look, if you only have 10 countries to trade with in your local currency, that doesn't give you enough shopping options. But if you have 59 countries in order to, or 60 or 100, in order to buy goods and services from, that is when they will issue their common settlement currency, which will then, give them the ability, instead of pigeonholing them into a handful of choices, to what would represent the majority of human population, a larger swath of global GDP, and the majority of the world's shipping lanes, and the majority of the world's commodities, and all of these things that start to add up when you put all of this together. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. But until then, I truly do believe that gold and oil have been remonetized and are being looked at around the globe as a form of money that lacks counterparty risk. And Project Enbridge is just another example. So whether Saudi announces this officially, their actions for the past 2 or 3 years, joining the BRICS, all of the OPEC countries on the Belt Road, joining the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is the largest regional financial and military organization on the world, joining the BRICS New Development Bank, their actions are speaking loudly. And to put an exclamation point on it, the Crown Prince saying, I'm not going to come to the G7 meeting, thanks for the invite. Those actions or lack of action speak very, very loudly to me. And I think we'll see more and more of this as time goes on.
And we'll get more into how Project Enbridge challenges the SWIFT system, as well as how this BRICS currency, as we said, challenges the dollar. But part of the petrodollar deal, Andy, was that the U.S. was supposed to provide military support and protection to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, you mentioned how Mohammed bin Salman snubbed the invitation to attend the G7. We know that tensions between the Biden administration and Saudi Arabia have increased. I mean, since the beginning, when Biden called Mohammed bin Salman a pariah on the world stage. There was also that big signaling with the way the Biden administration pulled out of Afghanistan and the debacle that was, and the agreement that you'll get into between the Saudis and the Russians for protection thereafter. But again, part of the petro deal was that the U.S. gives the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia protection. Does this mean that they don't want a military defense pact with the U.S. anymore? What happens to that? I mean, say what you will, at least for now, the U.S. is still the military superpower. Are the Saudis giving up on that part of the deal? How do you see that?
Well, no, I don't. That's why I think they're playing both sides. But let's just talk about, first of all, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is the largest regional military organization in the world. The BRICS control, 2 or 3 of the 4 largest nuclear arsenals on the planet. So when you talk about protection, yes, that is what the Saudi deal was originally about, was military protection. And, it's one of these deals where I think that when you add the combined military might of the countries that they appear to be aligning with, it renders what the United States has to offer far less meaningful. Now, they have been talking about this other deal that they're working on, which it depends on a lot of things, what's going on between, the relationship between Israel and Saudi Arabia and all of these other things that we can add into it, but which is kind of the reason I think they're straddling the line here. But what they are asking the United States for is very high-tech weaponry, which they've never given the Saudi kingdom. They are kind of holding out for that. And who even knows if this other deal that they're talking about pans out. I would just simply say that they're aligning with a portion of the world that combined together has a far greater military capability than the West alone does, and that would be covered. But here again, the one thing I admire, Michelle, about the BRICS more than anything is how methodical they are. When you look at Bitcoin and NVIDIA, to me, that's emblematic of the way the people of the United States expect everything to work, just like that. Right now, instant gratification is not quick enough. And, I look back on 34 years of working in this industry to get to where I am now. Nothing comes quick. Nothing. Richard Russell, my mentor, used to say, if you earn 7% per year, you're a rock star. And that takes time and compounding of time and of interest, but time. what the BRICS have been doing for the last 18 years, this is not something that just came out of the ether. It's been 18 years, but now the acceleration is happening. But they do things in a very methodical fashion, and they're not doing it shotgun. They are not trying to be instantly gratified. They are doing it where they get one chance at this. The West has ruled the roost for, 500 years collectively? And I think they realize that if they're going to do this, they need to be methodical about it and have all their ducks in a row. So this is something that I think is I admire how they're doing it and building all of the backfilling and building the alliances and doing it with shipping lanes, with commodities, with military, with GDP, with human population. And the connection, when you add the Belt Road into it, you're talking 90% of human population at some point when you put all of these groups together. One of the things I mentioned with you way back when was the Eurasian Economic Union and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. I said they would join the BRICS, and they're the same countries. Rickards said it last year, and now the president of Belarus is calling for a summit to join these groups together into the BRICS. What you are seeing is a coalition of countries around the world that are uniting under, whatever it be, pushing back against the hegemony, finding safety in numbers, or looking at this as their chance to become industrialized into a new system that they prefer, one that seems to be more cooperative rather than coercive. And when they say it's time and they flip the switch, I think the West will have a hard time to push back against it, because you will be talking the majority of human population, a larger military might, a larger portion of GDP, and the majority of the world's commodities. And that's an important thing, especially for a country that's supposedly going green, because there was just a report that came out of J.P. Morgan that said China's dominance, real dominance, lies in the mineral processing capabilities, where they've processed 100% of the world's graphite supply in 2022, 90% of the rare earths, and 74% of the cobalt. And the majority comes from the Eurasian continent anyway. But see, these are the kinds of things that they are all gathering, and the countries in which they align with. And if you look at the comments that came out of that meeting in Novigrad, the countries that they want are all going to be related to strategic shipping lanes and natural resources. They're putting it together and doing it the right way, methodically, regimented. And when they say now, it'll be a religious experience, because that's when you would see the dumping, a massive dumping, where the dollar bulls, who have been right, albeit to a lesser and lesser and lesser degree, all of a sudden will realize that it's over. And I hope that doesn't happen, but it appears as though that's exactly what they're doing, and doing it the right way rather than shotgunning it.
Okay, well, a lot to unpack there. And we'll get to that now, Trigger, in a bit. But Andy, yes, granted, China plays the long game, and it's easier to do when you have, one president that doesn't really need to worry about term limits. President Xi effectively, making it so that he can run for life. And I get that you admire aspects of this. But, one could argue that you say that it's more cooperative than coercive. But, one could argue that China doesn't, and many of these BRICS current countries don't really represent the same value system of the West, right? A value system which may have shifted, but at least in theory is supposed to be one of freedom of speech, of liberty, of equal rights. And, the fact that China can't play the long game is because, as one example, they don't have these term limits. It's not a real, democracy. So when you say you admire these countries, I just want you to kind of elaborate on what you really mean there.
Well, where's the freedom of speech in this country? What happened to it? Censorship, cancel culture, and where is look at the Justice Department and the inequality there, and the questioning of a two-tier justice system, and look at how this country has lost its bearings. And this is what I mean about being hypocritical. We go around the world telling people the way to do things, and look at what's happened in our own backyard. We've let 17 million people into the country illegally. Our immigration system is a mess. And our justice system, our electoral system, all being questioned. The wokeness, the lack of free speech. Every single YouTube video that I did in 2020, the host would say to me, Andy, don't say the president's son's name. Don't mention the name of the virus by its name, or I'll get canceled. And I mean, I even been on shows, a lovely lady named Sarah Westall, where GoDaddy took her domain. So when you talk about free speech and all of these rights that the United States used to be so proud about, look at what's happened to this country and ask yourself, is it the same country? When we talk about democracy, I think the world looks at this country and doesn't look at it the same way. So they're making a tough choice. Do we align here or do we align there? And that's never an easy choice. But I would say to you, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I think the fundamentals, and actually bothers me more than anything, the fundamentals that this country stood for, you know, the nuclear family, the respect of authority, even something as mundane as saying the Pledge of Allegiance, the little things in this country where you respected your teachers and your parents and the police officers. And I left Minnesota because they defunded the police. I mean, literally. I mean, I watched the city where Little House on the Prairie and Mary Tyler Moore was filmed go to hell in a very short period of time. And the lack of things that this country stood for and stands for have bothered me more than anything. But if you think that that's lost on the rest of the world, I got a bridge to sell you. The rest of the world sees this country and says, what the hell is happening in the United States? And I think that is part of the reason you're seeing more countries have an easier time making the choice. Do we take cooperative industrialization, regardless of the fact that we don't align maybe with the BRICS, but do we even align with the United States anymore? Is what they are peddling real or not? And I'll leave that up to people to decide, but I will tell you, it disheartens me as a father of 3 kids more than anything to think of the world my kids are growing up in and the things that I've seen in the last 3 years that I can't even believe I've seen in terms of what's happened to this country on a social level, on a moral level, let alone economics, but mostly spiritually, socially, and morally. It ain't the same place that I remember.
Right. So, if what's backing the dollar is the full faith of the U.S. government, and that's coming into question
Let's not forget credit. Let's not forget the full faith and credit. So, I mean,
right.
yeah,
and,
what
and
is
that
backing the dollar?
$35 trillion of debt, right, Andy? $35 trillion of debt and growing. Full faith and credit of the U.S. government, which, we've said is waning on the world stage and also domestically. And despite that, we had this whole, bringing it back to the petrodollar, we had this whole petrodollar deal to some degree propping this up. Now, you say this is a very big deal, but, you could say we've already seen oil sold in other currencies, right? The expiration of this agreement, is it that fundamental if, according to JP Morgan Chase, around 20% of global oil in 2023 was brought and sold in non-US dollar terms? So short of the Saudis saying we do not accept dollars anymore, which they haven't said, and I don't think they're likely to say, just to push back here, is this really such a game changer that this petrodollar agreement has expired if the trend had already begun?
Yeah, it is. It's just that it's accelerating. And again, this is what I mean, is that they do things methodically. It's one of these things that once you cross that line, the immediacy of the reaction would be profound. So I think it's more along the lines of doing things slowly and methodically and doing it the right way. It is a big deal. It used to be 100%. Okay, now it's 80%. And even a bigger deal to me is the lack of using the treasury market. The realization that holding treasuries is not only risky in a government that ultimately has chosen inflation over austerity, where rates ultimately have to rise, even if the budget was the budget was balanced. You mentioned a almost $35 trillion debt, and remember, trillion seconds ago was 31,688 years ago. We will inflate, and rates will go higher, because how the hell do you pay? $99 trillion shortfall in Medicare Part B, $22 trillion shortfall in Medicare Part D, the prescriptions, $77 trillion shortfall in Social Security, government and military pensions, the expansion of all of the welfare state. People should check out the Cloward-Piven theory. It'll blow your damn mind. Cloward-Piven theory. I don't know if you've talked about it, but this is a very, very, very scary similarity, let's just simply say. And if we have time to talk about it, we can. But all of these unfunded liabilities that amount to nearly $200 trillion, who's going to pay for those? Who? And who in their right mind is going to buy a long-term, a long-dated duration treasury in a country that is in essence broke, who has chosen inflation over austerity, and the rest of the world is selling treasuries in order to buy commodities. So when you talk about, this being, could this be not a big deal? Yeah, it's all part of the same thing. And I think really what we are seeing is more along the lines of, how do we continue to look? The Congressional Budget Office, Michelle, which is the last nonpartisan group in Washington, said by 2031, 100% of tax revenue goes to pay just the interest on this debt. We're accumulating $1 trillion of debt every 100 days just to pay the interest and mandatory entitlement like Social Security. But ask yourself this: how does the West maintain its supremacy, even militarily, when military spending is discretional? So we have to borrow money to fund a military to go around the world coercing people. Ain't going to happen. And that doesn't take into account the 17 million people who have entered this country illegally. Who's going to pay for their food, their housing, their clothing, their medical? And, God forbid that 1 or 2% of them have bad intentions to this country. Every 1% is 170,000 people. 5% is way bigger than any standing military. You could argue everything is different now in this country. And it starts with what amounts to, even if the majority of these people are seeking a better life, if 5% aren't, you're talking almost 1 million people that want to disrupt this country. So when you talk about buying gold and silver or looking at the reasons to do these things, it's not to become wealthy. It's because it is wealth. Gold and silver are wealth. And the biggest money in the world is proving that by their acquisition and their repatriation. The lack of trust is profound. And the bigger question is, how do we ever get that trust back? And hopefully the new administration, if there is, God willing, a new administration, without being political, can pull us out of this nosedive. But short of that, I think we're in big trouble. And that's why I tell people to own gold. It's not to get rich. It's because it's something that's outlived everything the world's ever thrown at it. And the big money around the world seems to echo that with their acquisition and repatriation.
Well, we'll get into a new administration and if that can perhaps reverse some of this damage. But I want to focus a little bit more again on this agreement because it's gotten very little coverage in the mainstream. And an argument that's being put out there is because it's not really such a big deal, because it wasn't really an agreement in the first place. There was a big article in MarketWatch quoting various economists saying that this is fake news. And they bring up Paul Donovan, who's the chief economist of fake news, and the fact that this is a big deal, that there was this real agreement. Paul Donovan, chief economist at UBS Global Wealth Management, he said that, there wasn't really a proper agreement, and they did accept other currencies after the agreement, at least for a year afterwards, like the British pound. And it was just an agreement on joint economic cooperation. And it was the Saudi Arabian Joint Commission on Economic Cooperation. It was formally established. They do say that by Henry Kissinger, as we've just discussed, but that it wasn't this like it only will deal with dollars exclusively, and that it was intended to last only 5 years, and then it was repeatedly extended, but not even that officially repeatedly extended, and that there was perhaps this secret agreement between the US and Saudi Arabia in 1974, which promised military aid and equipment in exchange for the kingdom investing billions of dollars of its oil sale proceeds in the US. But they say that, there wasn't this official must be sold exclusively in dollars, petrodollar agreement. And therefore, it's not a big deal. And those talking about it, they're not in the mainstream media, are fake news and conspiracy theorists and trying to create unnecessary panic. What say you to that?
Can I say horseshit? Because that's a bunch of horseshit. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry if you have to bleep that out. But that article I read, and it talked again about the real value is the U.S. Treasury and where are people going to put their money. Look at what these countries are doing. Selling treasuries and buying gold, replacing it. It's outperformed the bond market over 25 years by 100%. It's doubled its performance of the bond market with no counterparty risk. And these, what else are Wall Street analysts going to say? This is their life. God forbid, we actually think outside the box. And these analysts are wrong. This is a massive deal. It is a huge deal. You can't get out of the way of what you don't see coming. And some of these analysts, they've learned more and more about less and less till they know everything about nothing. And they don't look at the world with an open mind. And I mean, you don't even have to look in that much further than to that meeting that we just saw in Novograd, where 21,000 people attended from 139 nations. $80 billion in bilateral deals were signed on the sidelines. 59 countries have said they plan to join BRICS. So yes, it is a big deal, regardless of what they are telling you about the petrodollar deal being a nothing burger. It is not a nothing burger. When you see Saudi Arabia decline an invitation from the G7 to come to admit themselves and immerse themselves in all of these organizations, including Project Enbridge, which is a system that allows for trading outside the dollar and the SWIFT system, you are setting yourself, or we are setting ourselves up for a big letdown if we believe that this is non-consequential. And what else are they going to say? See, this is where everyone is focusing. They are focusing on the bond market, but gold is better than the bond market. Gold has no counterparty risk and has outperformed the bond market for 25 years handily. So the way that these countries look at it is like, why would we ever want to hold those assets which are losing ground to inflation? It's a country that does not align ideologically with us, and they are going to weaponize their treasury against us and steal it, and maybe even give it to the country we're fighting a war against. You've crossed that line. You don't come back. And these people who cling to this recency bias, these normalcy bias, you know, the old saying, you have to roll with the changes. They're going to be rolled by the changes because they can't see past, I think, what is a massive tectonic shift. It's just not bang in your face like that. It's happening if you do the work and dig. You can see it if you actually have eyes open enough to believe it.
Andy, again, just to play devil's advocate,
please.
Not saying I disagree, but we had the chief global investment strategist at Charles Schwab, Jeffrey Kleintop, saying that the end of the petrodollar agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia is pretty meaningless for at least three big reasons, and I want to hear you counter these. The global oil financing, insurance, and transport system remains almost entirely dollar-based. One, while oil could be increasingly bartered or sold in other currencies, Chinese yuan, Indian rupee, etc., once the proceeds are received by Saudi, they are likely to be invested in dollar-denominated assets, treasuries, rather than yuan or rupee-denominated ones. And there is about 10 times as much oil traded in futures than physically delivered, and the futures are denominated by dollars, dominated and denominated by dollars.
Easy. First of all, you have the Shanghai, you have all of these exchanges that I think are realizing around the world that the COMEX and the LBMA are fugazi. And you take a look at the amount of leverage that's being traded in all of these markets where, and I'm going to answer your question, but as an example, on the LBMA, they've admitted, or the London Bullion Market Association, they've admitted that their contracts are 10 times what they report. They're trading 20 million ounces of gold a day. Well, that would mean 200 million. They're trading 290 million ounces of silver. That would mean almost 3 billion ounces of silver per day, and it's all synthetic. And this is where the tail wags the dog. Well, the same thing is true about oil. How the hell do you get oil to negative 40 a barrel in any real world? Well, you do it on a futures exchange which distorts the price. And if you take a look at, for example, the BRICS Grain Exchange, where they came out and said all of these commodities, and including what they've said about the Shanghai Gold Exchange, where the head of the Shanghai Gold Exchange 15 years ago said, we produce and consume these commodities, yet they're priced in the West. And once we have the right to speak at the table, the real price of gold will be observed. Same thing they said about the BRICS Grain Exchange, that the COMEX prices all of these commodities, and we produce more grain than they do. So at some point, we are going to reprice based upon demand, and the same thing will be true about oil. That's the third question. The second question, well, we've already said, they're not going to go back into treasuries. They will choose commodities which are replacing. In my mind, gold already has, and oil already has replaced the treasury as a preferred form of recycling these excess reserves into money that cannot be taken away. And what was the first question? I'm so sorry. Will you repeat the first question again?
Let me, yes. So again, he was saying that oil could be increasingly bought in other currencies. We touched on that. he was saying that the financing insurance transport system is dollar-based, and again, that the futures markets are dollar-denominated and dollar-dominated.
Yeah, well, the futures markets
infrastructure from futures to transport system, financing, and insurance, dollar-based.
Right. Well, the futures market, I believe, ultimately will go by the way of the dodo bird, because it's a system based upon all of this leverage. Where when the futures markets were created, is a way to offset risk, and it wasn't a way to outright speculate. It was to offset risk in commodity holders or farmers or whatever, producers. And I think what you will see is a transition from the Western-dominated markets, the LBMA and the COMEX. Look, who just bought the London Metals Exchange? Oh, yeah, it's the Chinese. That's right. They bought it. That's the base metals, like copper, zinc. They understand what's going on. They're playing the long game. And what did Putin just say about the countries that will come into the BRICS fold? They want it to be those that are in particular dealing with shipping lanes. And look at the Belt Road, and look at the North-South corridor, and all of these things in both the BRICS and the Belt Road that are connecting. They understand the significance of shipping lanes and of having ways to move product that sidesteps the U.S. Navy and sidesteps the United States interference. So whether it be about futures markets that are fugazi, that will move to those countries that produce and accumulate and utilize all of the commodities, the prices will be set over there. Whether it talks about all of the excess going into treasuries, and that's the main argument, that is a dying argument. And I think Zoltan Pozsar was right. This is Bretton Woods 3. Give me the gold. I don't want your promises of treasuries that can be rehypothecated, that can be watered down, that rates can go up, we can default, we can inflate, we can confiscate. Fugazi, that's moving out. And every single argument that these people throw out, I don't care what their title is, how prestigious it is to be the head commodity guy at Schwab or wherever you said. I don't care. None of them are looking at things through any other lens than what they have achieved success in. And I don't think that they're looking at things the right way. They're going to get run over by this with that type of mentality. And you can see that's exactly what the BRICS and the Chinese and the Saudi, all these countries, that's what they're counting on. Because of that, you don't see people rushing to crowd them out of their trade into gaining entrance into all of the commodities and buying all the gold and standing for delivery. This is all being done by the other countries around the world who are using this ignorance and this dollar-based recency bias against us, including using the suppression of the futures markets, where we can create distortions and illusions in world commodities like that by rehypothecating, and commercial banks throwing billions and billions and billions of dollars, and hedge funds doing the same thing to distort real value prices of commodities. And that will be used against us. And it is being used against us right now. Just like we saw recently, 500 million ounces or $500 million worth of gold delivered to Brinks Hong Kong, where in 2015, COMEX put up a new contract where you can deliver COMEX contracts to Hong Kong to Brinks, which is a COMEX facility, through what's called exchange for physical. Those bars get trucked over to the Shanghai Gold Exchange and sent out to the world. This is happening, and it is being ignored by the mainstream completely and totally. And the worst thing that you can do is listen to these people who have no idea what's happening around the globe. And you'll be far better off than listening to you, Michelle, and all the guests you have on your show, not just me, but all of them, who are saying things that are more illuminating and more real than these so-called experts who are talking about things that I think perhaps are really changing from the way they used to be.
So I appreciate the endorsement there, Andy. And I know we're getting into the weeds here, and we will continue to explore further. But,
It's okay. I
big
like
picture, big picture, since this happened, and again, we've just explained why. I mean, the dollar has gone up. According to the Dixie, it's up, 0.7% in the last 5 days or so, up over 1% in the last month, up 4.1% year to date. dollar only getting stronger again. This is according to how it's measured against a basket of other currencies, 6 other currencies, which arguably should be updated because it hasn't been updated for a while in terms of the currencies in that basket. But the bigger picture, Andy, is, the argument has always been, yes, but the dollar is still the best of a bad bunch, cleanest shirt in the dirty laundry basket, can't be replaced. What will replace the dollar? And then we go to this, potential commodity-backed BRICS currency, right? That's the answer to what will replace the dollar. So give us a sense of where we are with that. What's the progress on that? Where are the BRICS with officially coming up or putting together this plan?
I mean, I don't know where exactly they are. We know they're working on it. The finance ministers have told us that. And I think Jim is right when it will be all about a mass adoption by enough countries whereby they have 59 or 60 or 100 countries to go shopping in for goods and services, not just the 10 that we see. But more relevant, what about the West's response? When I first met you and we did that interview, you asked me what could change this. And I said, well, there was just a report that came out by the IMF saying it was called gold, a barbarous relic, or gold, an international reserve currency, a barbarous relic no more. You had Kristalina Georgieva, the head of the IMF, come out and say if a CBDC not pegged to something would just be fiat. What is the only other tier 1 asset? Gold. I think that there's a very high probability that you also see the West or the IMF issue some form of a digital currency also pegged to gold using distributed ledger technology and gold showing the veracity and the immutability on the ledger and backing it. So I don't know where they are, but we are moving in that direction. There's no question about it. We keep getting updates from the finance ministers that indeed this is what they are working on, and they want everyone to come back to the meeting here in August in Russia and report their findings. But I think indeed when you see these are the countries that have been massively accumulating it for a long time and repatriating it, that it is on the docket. It is how you inspire confidence, but not until it's time. So what have they been doing in the meantime? Trading in local currencies and buying gold and oil instead of U.S. treasuries. They're not going to tell us exactly when they're going to release it until they release it. But I think any system, whether it be from the West or from the rest of the world that wants to have credibility, has to be something where immutability and veracity come together. That's gold and blockchain technology. It doesn't have to be redeemable because de Gaulle from France proved that convertible currencies convert. But if you show the immutability on a blockchain, you have it audited by independent auditors where there is indeed the inspiring of confidence and veracity, you have a shot. And whether it come from the West or the BRICS first, I don't know. But I will tell you in my heart and in my soul, I know that there will never be another completely fiat-based system trust ever again. You can only pee in the punch bowl so many times before people stop drinking the punch. And I think now you have to just start all over. And that starting all over comes with trust, and trust and immutability would be things like commodities and blockchain. So don't know where it is, but I know they're working on it. And I think Jim is right. It will be something that they will issue once they have enough countries that represent a large enough swath of human population in order to issue it safely and know that it will work the first time out.
So, Andy, you're saying regardless, the era of fiat currency is done. And again, fiat means by decree, Latin for by decree, and essentially currencies, backed by nothing. What is the timeline? And I always ask you this, and it seems to accelerate every time we speak. But you see, what is the ultimate fate of the dollar that you're seeing here, and under what timeline? Play that out for us.
On the Spot with Michelle McCory is brought to you by Swan Bitcoin. Swan Bitcoin IRA. Your legacy, your way. Real Bitcoin, not proxies. Traditional and Roth IRAs. Fast, easy setup. Start now at swan.com/retire.
I would argue the West has already lost its hegemony. We haven't lost our supremacy, but the hegemony is gone. The it or the bang is when everyone in a coordinated fashion realizes that what has been done slowly and methodically is inevitable and we need to get out of dollars now. But the all-at-once moment, when it becomes, when the collective awareness of the world realizes this is a trend that is happening and that we are moving away from a country that is immeasurably indebted, we will never pay this off. We will either inflate, we will default, or we will find a villain. And I think they've chosen what's behind door number 3, to find a villain. To me, the big picture is exactly what Zoltan Pozsar says. It's a system that's all about commodities. I think gold will outperform just about everyone's expectations because it will be the cornerstone to inspiring trust in whatever new system arises.
If President Trump does win, he has said that he would tackle this. He has addressed this issue. He has expressed strong opposition to countries moving away from the dollar. He understands how important it is. He has compared it to losing a revolutionary war. Can this be reversed? Do you see perhaps a conflict, a war, as a way of fighting back for this reserve currency, reserve asset status?
On the Spot with Michelle McCory is brought to you by Swan Bitcoin.
Previously in part 1 of this interview.
In a major shift, Saudi Arabia has let the petrodollar agreement expire, opting to sell oil in multiple currencies instead of exclusively using the US dollar. The agreement of the past 50 years expired on June 9th. Now, the so-called petrodollar deal reportedly stipulated that Saudi Arabia would price its oil exports exclusively in US dollars and invest its surplus oil revenues in US Treasury bonds. In exchange, the US would provide military support and protection to the kingdom. This helped the US dollar cement its position as the world's reserve currency and ushered in an era of American prosperity. So Saudi Arabia, now looking to move beyond an exclusive relationship with the US, marks a significant change in global economic dynamics and could have far-reaching implications for the US dollar's dominance.
The theory really would be that as those dollars, there are way more dollars outside the US than are inside the US because of the stockpiling to buy oil for 50 years. And as those dollars come home and are sold back to the issuer, because no one wants to hold them anymore. Now, it hasn't turned out into a full-fledged dumping, which I could see it turning into that at some point. But there still is demand for the dollar. As you mentioned, still does represent 58% of global reserves. And there is dollar-denominated debt that needs to be paid off. But little by little by little, I call it logarithmic decay. Little by little by little by little, it starts to chip away as those dollars are there's no longer a necessity to hold them. And as those dollars start to come home, inflation rates would go higher and higher and higher and higher. And heaven forbid it's a dumping. There's something out there called Project Sandman that basically says there's a whole group of 150, 175 countries that have agreed to do just that, to dump dollars and treasuries at a predetermined time. The question is it orderly or is it chaotic? But as those dollars come home, the level of inflation rises as those currency units are added to the currency base here, which would then raise interest rates. And when that happens, that's when you start to get into problems where as rates rise, things that in this country that make people feel wealthy, their stock holdings, their bond holdings, their real estate holdings, and the money held in the bank are all inversely correlated to that moment. And the over-leveraging of the banks in particular is a real big problem here. But if you think about it, if this happened all at once, if it was all at once, it would be catastrophic. They're putting it together and doing it the right way, methodically, regimented. And when they say now, it'll be a religious experience because that's when you would see the dumping, a massive dumping. Yes, it is a big deal, regardless of what they are telling you about the petrodollar deal being a nothing burger. It is not a nothing burger.
So, Andy, you're saying regardless, the era of fiat currency is done. And again, fiat means by decree, Latin for by decree, and essentially currencies, backed by nothing. What is the timeline? And I always ask you this, and it seems to accelerate every time we speak. But you see, what is the ultimate fate of the dollar that you're seeing here, and under what timeline? Play that out for us.
Michelle, I see things, some things have seen clearly. None of it ever comes with a time frame. In a world of probabilities, I think there's a high probability that this happens. I don't know the time frame, but it is accelerating tremendously. I wish I could answer that question. It would be nothing but a guess. Here, I'll show you. I had a painting commission that says it all. I don't know if you can see it. See that? Little by little, then all at once. Right. That is my take on things. Sorry. That is my take on things. It's going to be little by little, then all at once. That's logarithmic decay. You can see the logarithmic decay in society, in our finances, the way the moral fabric of this country, the way we are viewed around the world, the loss of the petrodollar standard, the detreasurization, the weaponization, all of these things are happening little by little by little by little. Bang. When is that bang? Don't know. But look, I think people know that there's something wrong. And even if you can't articulate it, something's wrong. And I don't know how fast before it breaks, but I can tell you that you don't wait for it to break. You don't wait for your house to be on fire to pay your home insurance premium. And you don't wait until you're on death's door to do your life insurance. And it's one of these deals where I think you take a look at all of the facts and weigh them and say that this is a trend that appears to be gaining steam. And I mean, look, the few times that we've spoken, everything we've talked about seems to be happening and accelerating. I'm not a soothsayer. This is the only thing in my career that I've seen clearly. And it freaks me out because I had the courage to, in 2019 and 2020, and ever since, in 3,000 YouTube videos, say this. And it's documented and it's happening, and it scares me. It does, because it scares me how fast it's happening. And I don't see the time when I think about it, and I don't see what happens after it happens. It's really weird.
What is the it, Andy? Just articulate as clearly as you can the bang. What does that mean? What does that mean for Americans?
The it or the bang is when everyone in a coordinated fashion realizes that what has been done slowly and methodically is inevitable, and we need to get out of dollars now. And when you realize that everything in this country that makes people feel wealthy is inversely correlated to a spike in interest rates. And it allows us to have a villain. That villain is Xi Jinping and Putin and OPEC. How could they do it to us? That all at once moment, which starts out where the insiders know what's happening. And that's why you see this little by little part, that's where the people blow it off as inconsequential and a nothing burger, and it will never happen. Could never happen here. Right? Look at all the things that have happened in the last 3 years that could never happen here. Well, these people, because of its slow, methodical pace, this little by little, they could never think it could happen here, and they blow it off and poo-poo it. But the all-at-once moment, when the collective awareness of the world realizes this is a trend that is happening, and that we are moving away from a country that is immeasurably indebted, over 200 million, a trillion seconds ago was 31,688 years ago. We will never pay this off. We will either inflate, we will default, or we will find a villain. And I think they've chosen what's behind door number 3, to find a villain, to incentivize. And we've talked about Jared Bernstein before, a man, the lead economic advisor, this knucklehead, he's the lead guy who's just talking into Biden's ear, telling him what to do. He wants to lose the reserve status. Well, what better way to do it than to weaponize the dollar and go sign an executive order to go green, allow the coalition of all these countries to find safety in numbers, and then let the country fall apart back at home. When you talk about the realization that this is real, and people then go from, wow, it's not a nothing burger, and run, that's when it becomes real. I don't know when that is. When is the collective realization? Could be next week. Could be 3 years from now. I don't know. But the inevitability of it, to me, is that we are watching a shift of natural resources and of power move from the West to the East. And at some point, that will become, I think, evident to the masses. When that happens, that's the it. And that's when it happens. Just like that's the all at once when you go over the waterfall.
I appreciate that interactive camera work there, by the way, Andy, showing us your artwork and an insight into your office. And again, a reminder to our viewers, Jared Bernstein, the chairman of President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors, and he penned an op-ed in the New York Times back in 2014 titled Dethrone King Dollar. And in it, Bernstein wrote that new research reveals that what was once a privilege is now a burden. And to get the American economy back on track, the government needs to drop its commitment to maintaining the dollar's reserve currency status. And then back in 2018, Bernstein wrote another op-ed in the Washington Post stating that if one consequence of the Trump era is that the dollar loses some degree of its reserve status, I will consider that a good thing. So, people within the Biden administration saying that they want this sort of leads to one of the arguments you've made before, where you say that this is perhaps, by design, not even an accident.
Yeah, I think it's too stupid to be stupid. I do. I mean, you can't make it up. And that's why I want people to spend a few minutes researching the Cloward-Piven theory, because guess what? Jared Bernstein, as did President Obama, both went to Columbia University, where Cloward and Piven, a husband and wife, they were husband and wife professors. They present a plan to overwhelm the system with government spending and entitlement programs. Let me just read you 3 or 4 tenets of it. 1, it's as if they are purposely overwhelming the U.S. economy to create systemic failure, destroying capitalism and our country from within. Cloward and Piven specifically mentioned targeting America's largest cities for their colossal welfare push. The primary objective of the strategy is to create chaos with the hopes of destroying America's capitalistic economy and replacing it with a socialist system that includes guaranteed incomes, a massive drive to recruit the poor onto the welfare rolls. The point of surging welfare claims is to enroll as many individuals as it takes to send the United States into an economic crisis. Well, think of 17 million people in here. Cloward and Piven reveal the best way to achieve their goals is to create a new loyal voting bloc out of the rapidly increasing number of welfare recipients. By delivering millions of dollars in cash benefits to the masses, expecting the masses will deliver their loyalty to their benefactors, develop an army of loyal serfs who will work to destroy America, whether knowingly or unknowingly. All these illegal immigrant children will be added to the welfare rolls and can be counted on to vote for larger government. Furthermore, both Cloward and Piven agreed that the mainstream media would play a critical role in their organized attack against America. To quote Cloward and Piven, as the crisis develops, it will be important to use the mass media to inform the broader liberal community about the inefficiencies and injustices of welfare. Now, think about all of this stuff and ask yourself, is it possible that this is what they are actually trying to do? I mean, Obama went there, as did let's see, Bill Barr, Eric Holder, Madeleine Albright, Jared Bernstein. They all went there in the 60s, and Cloward and Piven were teaching. Now, I don't know if they learned from them or after them, but this was a tenet that was taught at Columbia. Now, I mean, fine line between conspiracy and reality, but when you read that and think about it, they are overwhelming the inner cities. They are overwhelming the entitlement system. The left-leaning media doesn't do a bad job. They do no job of telling us what's going on except create divisiveness. And all of this stuff, you can't make it up. Is it too stupid to be stupid? Did we really let all these people into our country? Is our electoral system fair? Do people go up to bed at night after the votes start getting tabulated in November and wonder, are they going to wake up to something different? Is the justice system deploying equally, the justice equally, or is there two-tiered? All of these things you start to wonder, and then look at what's happening to the inner cities and ask yourself, is it too stupid to be stupid, or is it not? Could it be planned? Is this the foundation to incentivize the world, like via the Operation Sandman, dump the dollars in the treasuries, create a massive surge of inflation, interest rates spike to the moon, and everything resets? Dollars, the banks, the insurance companies, the stock market, the bond market, everything. But have no fear, because guess who's here? Lael Brainerd, the number 2 at the U.S. government for economic policy. She worked at the Treasury. She worked under Powell at the Fed. And if somehow this current administration keeps power, she will lead the Fed. And she was number 2 under Powell. And she is a modern monetary theorist. She developed the CBDC While at the Fed with MIT, she ran point for Fed Now, which came out 6 months ago, which is Venmo on steroids backed by the Fed. This is what she wants. Culling of all the banks, a central bank issued digital currency, print, start over. And the interesting thing, Michelle, that I don't think we've talked about is look at the unfunded liabilities. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, government, military pensions. Who's that owed to? That's us. How about all the treasuries? Who's been selling them? Oh yeah, that's all them. Who's been buying them? Oh yeah, that's all us. The hedge funds, the money markets, mutual funds, and every one of us chasing yield, leaving the banks, buying treasuries. So it's a whole hell of a lot easier to default on us, where only, 20-25% of the debt is owed to them. It's all owed to us. We are so sorry this happened. Michelle, just sign on the dotted line. We know you lost everything. Take the CBDC, will make you whole. And this is all about pride and nationalism and patriotism because they did this to us. So when you talk about, do we fall on the sword and default? Do we inflate, which leads to default? Or do we just find a villain? And that's why when I'm giving a talk next month at Rick Rule's conference here in Boca, I was bummed to hear you won't be there, but I know your company will be there, but you won't. The title of my first speech was going to be It's Too Stupid to Be Stupid, but now it's something a little bit more political. It's the same thing. Could we really be that foolish to think all of these things that we've done around the globe and at home won't have consequences? Or are the people not that stupid and really realizing this is how you get to option 3, and that is to find a villain that will make people universally accept a CBDC when the dollar gets forsaken. Now, I don't know if that happens or not. Everything I said up until that point is factual, but right. I guess you just have to let your mind wander a little bit.
Everything that you've said, has played out, and our viewers know that nothing keeps me up at night more than worrying about a central bank digital currency. A reminder to our viewers, a form of fiat issued by a country's central bank, which is on the blockchain, or some kind of blockchain. So there's no privacy, there's no anonymity. That's completely obliterated. And most problematic is that it's programmable, meaning they can decide when that currency works or doesn't work. And they decide what transactions will be allowed. And it could also fine-tune monetary policy and just sort of inject money back into the system or suck money out of the system with a click.
About that. You're right. That's one of the tenets of it. But that's why you have to have an event that make people who are smart like you and the people who listen to you be willing to take it. Because if I were betting man, I'd say you'd never take it if you had your choice.
Or have no choice, right? Wipe out the system and then say, well, you can't use this anymore, but here's your digital wallet with a CBDC, and you have no choice but to do that. I want to focus on perhaps what could derail this, and you mentioned the elections. President Trump has been very vocal against a CBDC, for one thing. Some have also argued that this would not have happened under President Trump, although arguably the debt issue long precedes the Trump administration. But some would say that part of the weakness of the Biden administration, coupled with a relationship with the Saudis, coupled with the Afghanistan withdrawal, sort of accelerated this whole process. The question, though, is, can this be reversed? If Trump somehow wins the election, and many have questioned the integrity of that process and of our justice system, as you've just kind of touched on, but we won't unpack that in too much detail. But let's just say if President Trump does win, he has said that he would tackle this. He has addressed this issue. He has expressed strong opposition to countries moving away from the dollar. He understands how important it is. He has compared it to losing a revolutionary war. In fact, in March, he told CNBC that he would just not allow countries to go off the dollar because losing that standard would be like losing a revolutionary war. That'll be a major hit to the U.S. Let's quickly play that Trump soundbite from then and get your thoughts on the other side.
I hate when countries go off the dollar. I would not allow countries to go off the dollar because when we lose that standard, that will be like losing a revolutionary war. That will be a hit to our country, just like losing a war. And we can't let that happen. And too many countries now are fighting to get off the dollar.
So, Andy, President Trump gets the picture that you're painting. He gets that this is really going to hurt the American economy, America's standing on the world stage, and Americans living day to day, trying to pay for the grocery bills. That's going to become a heck of a lot worse. Let's assume somehow President Trump wins the election, right? Is there anything that can be done at this stage, even if that means going to war? What can be done?
He is a smart man, and he, say what you want about his sometimes buffoonery, the way he would speak. I would take his policies any day over the current administration, and God help us if he doesn't win. It would just be my personal decision or opinion. But I don't like, here again, the continuation of sanctions and threats. And he's talking about sanctioning countries who would join the BRICS or would not use the dollar. And he's talking about a massive devaluation of the dollar, choosing inflation, lowering rates and inflating and devaluing the dollar. What that just means, it's easier to pay off our mountain of debt. He may keep the ball up in the air a little bit longer, and he may inspire concern and fear by some of our foes who are not afraid at all of the current administration, and he may make things better. I don't know if we've crossed that Rubicon, Michelle. Part of me feels like we have. And I wish I wasn't so concerned about, the fairness of the election process. And indeed, if we will wake up again to another questioning of the electoral system, either way you look at it, let's just say he wins. I say we have a better chance of pulling out of this nosedive. Look, Americans have done the best with their back against the wall. The one thing that we need that I don't know that either candidate is capable of doing is inspiring unity in this country. We need to be united in order to pull ourselves up. We need to all be Americans, regardless of where we've come from. And the Biden administration has done an amazing job at fostering a lack of unity and resentment, and at least in my opinion. So can he fix it? Look, if he goes around the world imposing sanctions again and all of these kinds of things that we've been doing for a very long time, I would say the chances are no. But if we can go around the world and do things in a more cooperative fashion and show the value of the American spirit and American ingenuity, and it'd be great to have some American manufacturing and all of these things that once made this country the beacon of everything: liberty, justice, freedom, all of the things that I talked about that seem to be kind of fading away, then no. So I guess we'll have to see. But I will tell you that we have zero chance if the Democratic Party stays in office, and a better chance of at least pulling out of this nosedive if Trump wins. But even his policy of massive dollar devaluation and of weaponization, or again, sanctions, if people do leave us, well, they're leaving you for a reason. And instead of sanctioning them and locking the door and going to bed without dinner, you might as well find an incentive and show how we can benefit one another by staying together. And that's something that I hope is not, an ideal from an era gone by. I don't know. I really don't. I can't answer that. But to say we have a much better chance if he wins, that's for sure.
But okay, so you've got onshoring production, which has been a Trump administration policy. Arguably, we've even seen the Biden administration sort of catch wind to this right now. And I get your point that some in the Biden administration want this, have spoken that this is what they want to do, and it's easier to find a villain. But even within the Biden administration, even within the old school establishment, you would have to say that there are some that do not want to lose this privilege of being the global reserve currency, right? That not everybody wants to have this great reset, and that there are people within the American government, Republican or Democrat, that for the power that it represents would still like to keep the dollar on top.
I'd sure as hell like to hope so. Yeah, I would.
But so the option is, right, but we still have a problem, as we've said, that is accelerating, and that we've got this debt, that's just servicing this debt is costing the annual defense budget, if not more at this point. The expression is, when all else fails, they take you to war. Right. And if we remember how the dollar got the status, it was after World War II. Bretton Woods I was after the US helped the Allies win the war. We're currently seeing, proxy wars happening around the world. Russia, Ukraine being one of them. Do you see perhaps a conflict, a war, as a way of fighting back for this reserve currency, reserve asset status? For those Republican or Democrat that don't want this, could that be a way to reassert American dominance? And again, certainly not rooting for a war, but could that be a way?
I would sure as hell hope not. And here again, when you talk
But that
about
could change it, though. I mean, couldn't that change that if you have some massive war and the U.S. comes out on top, and then everybody starts to fear America again, and they rethink this? Again, assuming the U.S. comes out on top, and who knows, then they kind of go, well, better get back on Team Dollar.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I have a friend that I play golf with who is friends with President Trump and plays golf with him once a month. And we talked about it just the other day, and he said that these countries feared him. And he said they respected, but more they feared him. They feared what he would do. And, he would tell me stories about what he would say to President Xi if he invaded Taiwan, and the things he would say to North Korea, to Kim. And again, this is all, I'm hearing this, third party, but yeah, maybe. I mean, again, yes, I think it's what is needed for sure. We need to have strength. We need to show that, I think we need to go back to the American ideals, and that's, that's also part of the deal. But yes, I think we have a better chance if Trump is in the White House to forestall these things. But God help us if we get into a hot war with, a country like China or a country like Russia. I live in southern Florida here, and there are nuclear-powered submarines, Russian submarines, 60 miles away from me. Is that something I take comfort in? Hell no.
But Andy, what if Russia loses this war? Because even the Biden administration has become more aggressive in funding this conflict. And we can get into how this conflict started in the first place and whether the Biden administration provoked Putin into that. That's, again, a whole other conversation we don't have time for right now. But let's assume Russia loses this war somehow, right? It really starts to amp up and there's more of a Western alliance here. Does that make this process slow down, reconsider? Because as we said, Putin has been one of the biggest players in pushing the de-dollarization trend, in calling for a new system. Should Putin get taken out, Russia loses the war, does that change the equation?
You had all of the BRICS just refused to sign this agreement about, trying to end the war. And because Russia wasn't at the table, you have half of the Southern Hemisphere, or those aligned with the BRICS, who are on the side of Russia in this deal. And if they lose the war, it will be because either NATO or the United States ramped up their interest in this, which can all lead to a very dark place. Michelle, I don't even want to think about going into a World War III with high-tech weaponry the way that it is, and hypersonic missiles and all of these things. Let's just really hope for the best and hope that doesn't happen. But yeah, I mean, that's what they've done, no question about it. And we're more guilty of that than anyone. And so could it happen? Sure it could. Will it happen? Let's hope not. Let's hope that there's some decorum. What should be more frightening is letting 17 million people into this country, many of which are unvetted, who have ties to terrorist organizations, who think they're a martyr by doing awful things, and they don't worry about mutual annihilation. Right. And that's a bigger threat to me, is what happens to, have we been invaded? Are there terrorist cells here? The FBI seems to think so. And again, 5% of 17 million, that's a lot. You're 900,000 people. That's a lot of damage. To me, that's the real threat. I just read an article, and they'll admit to this, that every single day these Navy installations and military installations are being, you have all these Chinese nationals. I just read it in mainstream article last night that they have to turn away these Chinese nationals who are going and taking pictures of military installations, even in very rural areas, and say they're sightseeing. So, could there be a 1% chance that some of these people are not here for the right reasons? I don't know. I think you could do a lot of damage to this country without getting into a hot war just by simply letting these people in who want to have their way with this country and could do an awful lot of damage. Do we get into a hot war? God help us if we do. I hope not. I mean, I haven't put a lot of thought into that, simply to think that everyone wants to see their grandkids grow up, and let's hope that doesn't happen. But these fundamentalists who think they're being a martyr by doing these horrible things, you have to ask yourself, is it really wise to have an open border and let these people in when we are as polarizing as we are? That to me is more of a pressing issue.
Again, I'm just seeing what could potentially derail this playing out. And very quickly, Andy, I know we've touched on this before, but the other issue that could potentially prevent the BRICS from this coordinated, Operation Sandman, or even the gradual cooperation to dump the dollar, is discord within the BRICS, right? That maybe the more members you have, the harder it is to get agreement. That between, China and India, there's already some discord when it comes to coming up with some common currency. We've got Iran and Saudi Arabia in the BRICS, and despite some recent superficial agreements, they have a long-standing hostility. And basically the idea is, there isn't that much of an alliance between all these members. Maybe they've tried to do things before in the past, that's failed. Can they get it right if they're not all on the same page, and they may all be jostling for superiority within this organization? So as a counter to the BRICS is so united and will be able to get agreement, what do you say to that?
I think these are all good points and possibilities. My enemy's friend is my enemy's enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
Type of thing. It plays out. Yeah. I mean, sure. All of these are valid points. The progression still continues, where 59 countries want to join now. At some point, it has to be taken for real. But yeah, I mean, this is a big deal. This is a once in a generation shift. And either we find a way to inspire confidence and reunite unity and pull up from this nosedive, or we don't. I guess only time will tell. But I think to ignore what has already happened is a mistake. And I think for people to say, yeah, these countries don't like or trust each other, but what's the alternative? Do they like and trust us? So what's the lesser of two evils? I don't know. But Michelle, all I can tell you is that for the first time in I don't know how many years, for the first time in at least in 50, 60, 70 years, there seems to be a challenger that's coming up in the ranks. And is it going to be legitimate? Will they have all it takes to challenge the West? We'll see. I would argue the West has already lost its hegemony. We haven't lost our supremacy, but the hegemony is gone. Now we'll see what happens with the supremacy. But to not prepare for it, to not even have it on your radar screen, as some of these chief financial analysts have, is just as big of a mistake as going all in on the BRICS. I think you have to legitimize it. Hope it doesn't materialize to the detriment of this country, but understand that it has the possibility to greatly upset the apple cart should it begin or continue to accentuate.
Right. Okay. So as we start to wrap up here, Andy, let's bring it back to two assets, and we'll start off with gold, because obviously this all hinges quite dramatically on gold, as we've discussed. Again, every time you spoke, you have correctly said that gold is going to continue to make new record highs. It has done so since we last spoke. It did hit another record high this year. What's your outlook on gold going into the end of 2024, and perhaps any kind of time horizon that you feel comfortable with?
Yeah, I would tell you that there's a very high probability that by the end of 2024, it's much higher. It will continue to make new highs. Yeah, gold will in terms of dollar highs. And look, I think it will go higher than anyone thinks possible. I'll put it to you that way. And in particular, if it will be pegged to a new system, whether it be BRICS or West, it will have to be much, much higher. It's funny, if you look at all of the central banks and their balance sheets, gold is held in an account by the name of the gold revaluation account. And you got the finance minister or the head of the Dutch National Bank who said we should revalue gold to get our balance sheet in order. That's what has happened here in the United States before, right over my shoulder. And would it happen again? I don't know. But I do believe the only thing that I can tell you out of 34 years in finance is that markets go higher to the upside than anyone ever thinks possible and fall to the downside more than anyone thinks possible. I think gold will outperform just about everyone's expectations because it will be the cornerstone to inspiring trust in whatever new system arises. So higher than anyone thinks possible. What is the time frame? Don't know. I don't see things in a short-term prism. I only look at the inevitability or the big picture. And to me, the big picture is exactly what Zoltan Pozsar says. It's a system that's all about commodities. And because of the distortion on the exchanges that can rehypothecate and sell over and over and over and over and over again the same amount of contracts, we really don't even know what the real price of gold and silver should be. But it's a lot higher than it is right now. I know that. And I would bet that the next time we talk, it will be markedly higher than it is today.
So, Andy, many see the same scenario, the same concerns, the same things playing out in the world stage as you do, and have articulated it that way. But they see Bitcoin as the solution or part of the solution. They see Bitcoin as the reserve asset, the digital gold, truly decentralized, truly limited supply, or as part of this basket of commodities that the new block currency by the BRICS and others would, be pegged to. Where do you see Bitcoin in all of this?
Not as any type of reserve asset, because you'll never get the people in charge to allow a decentralized platform, to be. The central bank will not embrace a decentralized platform. I'm not a Bitcoin hater. I've been buying it. I had some interesting discussions with Mark Moss and Natalie Brunell in Vancouver last year, and they opened my eyes to, dipping my toe into the water. And I have been every few weeks. I've been adding a little bit of Bitcoin, and I think it's something where these two camps should be united and not divided. It should not be adversarial. We all see the same thing, and that is problems with the system. The difference is, it seems to me, the Bitcoin community is more inclined to make profits, whereas the gold community is more inclined to keep those profits. That's why there's such a beneficial union between the two, where they're complementary to one another. But I do not see it as playing the role of any central bank system. I don't see that at all. But I do think it has a validity to it, and I think it does have lasting sticking power, if you will. But in my heart, I want to be able to touch it and hold it and feel it. But I don't want to go through life saying, damn it, I knew I should have done that. And why didn't I do it? It was right there in front of me. I missed enough of its run already so that I'm okay just adding a little bit. But I don't see it. Look, all the central banks of the world own gold. They don't all own Bitcoin. I think it is an interesting proposition, but not one that I think will be part of any global system. But it could very well have very lasting power as an asset, and one that still probably has great potential. But I don't think the governments will embrace it.
Not embrace it again as part of this basket. I get not embrace it as the reserve asset, but if they're going for this basket,
yeah, why not? I mean, the finance minister Glaziev said it will be a basket of commodities. Now, I do believe it's viewed as personal property by the Fed. So, I mean, is that a commodity? I'm not sure, but I could see it as part of an asset class or part of a basket of things that have immutability and veracity. And that's exactly what it has, immutability and veracity. The one piece to it is the decentralization. And I don't know how that plays out, but I could see that. I guess we'll have to see. It wouldn't surprise me that if it were added to a small degree to a basket of those assets or commodities that back a new system. Anything that will inspire confidence. And, you talk to guys like Mark Moss or Natalie Brunell, they'll give you a million reasons why it should inspire confidence. And pushed me enough in the direction where I actually have gone out and been buying it and adding it. I've been buying gold and silver every 2 weeks for 34 years. I told you long ago that was the promise I made my dad when we started this company in 1989. But I've been adding since February of this year a little bit of Bitcoin every 2 weeks. so I don't have to punch myself in the ear somewhere down the road saying, why was I so, pig-headed and married to my own ideology? So I'm open-minded enough. Remember, my parents were hippies growing up, and so I'm okay. I'm open-minded to everything, lifestyle or differences of opinions. And that's one of the things that's missing in this country is we all have no time to listen to anyone else's opinion. And I thank Mark and Natalie for taking me to lunch and opening my eyes. And if we never listen to other opinions, we don't grow. And we learn more and more about less and less till we know everything about nothing. Do I think Bitcoin will replace gold? Hell no. But I do think that it has a role and a fair one in where we are right now. So yeah, maybe a small piece anyway to your point.
Well, we always appreciate your opinion, Mark Moss, Natalie Brunell. They've both been on Kitco News, and we always love hearing from them. Andy, final thoughts, because we love hearing from our viewers. We read the comments, and some of the pushback against you is like, well, he's just talking his book. He likes to generate fear. He's selling quote unquote fear porn because Andy is just talking his book because you ultimately sell gold and silver. So as a final thought, what do you say to those viewer comments?
Let me be honest on that one, and as poignant as it is, people who've said that have never owned a business. People have said that have never worked their ass off to do something and build something from scratch and are so cynical that they think that being a good human being and trying to help your fellow man and woman, looking yourself in the mirror every night, when you meet your maker someday and what the hell did you do to help this world? They think that has to be mutually exclusive from running a business. And, my business has generated 10 billion in sales. I'm doing just fine. I don't need to be on these podcasts where I expose myself and my family to that type of stuff. And luckily I don't get that much of it, but that is always the common, well, if he likes it so much, why is he selling it? I mean, duh. It's just some of the questions are so dumb. But the point of it is that no one asked me that question, when I started this company from scratch before the internet. And I built this business for 34 years and never had a customer complaint by doing what you're supposed to do in this country. Build a good business, use the laws of capitalism and good intentions to build a good business. And when people say that, it aggravates me to no end, because no, I'm not talking my book, and it does not have to be mutually exclusive of one another. A good business and doing the right thing. And for those people who say that, they'll never believe me that that's my intention, but I promise you, as God is my witness, that is my intention. I feel like I'm contributing a little bit to the world. And if that means I get out here, and how much, I know how much prep work goes into speaking to someone like you for an hour. It ain't easy, and you have to be prepared, and you have to study, and you have to research, and you have to be coherent, at least a little bit anyway. And I feel that it makes me happy to know that I'm trying, and I see my kids see how hard I work and how much passion I have in it. I've been buying gold and silver every 2 weeks for 34 years. That's how much I believe in it. And so, no, Michelle, I'm not talking my book, and running a business you'll never hear that from a business owner. And running a business and trying to do right by people do not have to be mutually exclusive. And that is the sadness of how cynical this world has become, where people feel that way. So to their point, I get it, I understand it, but it's not me. And I wish that the world was less cynical and more understanding, and actually think that people are meant to do good things, and be more cynical of people who were not doing good things. But anyways, I'll let that go. Just simply saying I love what I do and I try to do right. And that's why in 10 billion in sales, we've never had a customer complaint, ever. I've pissed people off, but I've made right by it. And I would never get on a channel and try and say things just to ring the cash register. That would be exposed and defrauded just like that.
Well, I certainly appreciate your contribution, and can certainly appreciate and acknowledge the fact that you're just trying to do right by everyone. So Andy,
it's true.
Again, thank you for doing right by me. I know I take a lot of your time, and I know I like to push back on you just to challenge the thesis, but it's always a pleasure chatting with you.
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, even though what you say tends to scare me as it comes to fruition, but it's always a pleasure getting your insights, Andy.
It scares me, and I've told you this 3 times. I'll tell you again. You're the best in the business. I've never met anyone or been interviewed by anyone who asks the right questions and pushes back politely and makes me think. And I've watched other interviews you've done with other people, and I admire that. That shows that you're prepared and you understand and you've done your work and your due diligence. And it's my honor to be here, and you make me better and you make me think, and I would be honored to come back anytime. So thank you very much for your kind words. And I follow you from afar. So just know I'm a phone call away or a text away. Anytime you want me back, I'm happy to come back. And I think there's going to be a lot of stuff that happens between now and the end of the year. So hopefully between now and then we'll have a chance to chat. But in the meantime, I hope you and everyone else out there stays well, and look forward to picking up where we left off, hopefully not too far down the road.
Right. Well, we'll end on that note of mutual admiration. I know 2 of yours, by the way, that one of Andy's interviews is the top performing video on Kitco News, where we first laid out this whole thesis, and we'll be sure to drop a link to that interview in the description of this video. Andy, thank you so much. Appreciate it, as always.
You're the greatest, Michelle. Thank you, and you stay well.
Okay, thank you, Andy Schechtman. And again, as we wrap up here, full disclosure, I do own both gold and Bitcoin. And on that note, I do want to say a special thanks to our sponsors, Swan Bitcoin. And a reminder to our viewers that Swan does offer an IRA product, which allows you to invest directly in Bitcoin with your IRA. There's a way to set it up that is super easy. You're basically buying Bitcoin on autopilot. It allows you to take advantage of dollar cost averaging as you accumulate Bitcoin into your IRA. And there is a link in the description with a special offer for Kitco viewers to help facilitate that process. So make sure to check that out. As always, thank you again for checking out this video. If you're watching us on YouTube, make sure to subscribe. And as I just mentioned, we love to get your comments. We do read them. So feel free to praise, whine, or just opine. We'll see you next time. From me, Michelle McCory, and the rest of the Kitco team.
On the Spot with Michelle McCory is brought to you by Swan Bitcoin. Swan Bitcoin IRA. Your legacy, your way. Real Bitcoin, not proxies. Traditional and Roth IRAs. Fast, easy setup. Start now at swan.com/retire.
This is the global sovereign debt bubble, the everything bubble. What just happened in Japan took a lot of us by alarm, and we now think that the clock has been set for the global unwind of the debt, and it's gonna, in conjunction with a weakening U.S. economy. I'm predicting it just, the clock started. We think it's gonna manifest over the next 24 months, and our economic indicators started rolling over again in March. They've gone down every month since March. And then here we are going into the most controversial election ever, and something broke. China's economy is imploding, and it's very, very bad there. So they need to, one of the greatest fears the Chinese power elite have is their own people. So the classic tactic is when all else fails, take them to war. The time frame between crises is getting shorter, and we need to keep accelerating the debt growth even faster. So that's why it's getting very precarious. Every time they do something, it buys less time to fix the system. So this is a very dangerous time. I believe liquidity is a big problem in the global financial markets, and as that becomes more apparent, we'll see more financial turmoil. We're going to see bank consolidation resume, and my prediction still holds. There'll eventually be 6 banks, or 8 to 6 banks, and that's when it would be easier to introduce a central bank digital currency. Warren Buffett is not in cash for a 20% pullback. That's not what he does. He's in cash because he's going to take advantage of what happens when this unravels. And my guess is you don't hold that amount of cash if you're Warren unless you think a big financial crisis is coming. What I can tell you with great confidence is we're going to have financial havoc and turmoil coming soon.
On the Spot with Michelle McCory is brought to you by Swan Bitcoin.
Hello, I'm Michelle McCory. Thank you again for joining us. With the interest rates at the highest level in 23 years for over a year now, markets have been bracing for the economic impact of that strain, for the Fed to break something. My next guest says that the Fed did indeed break something, and that was another central bank. The Fed broke the Bank of Japan, and now the clock has started counting down towards a global debt crisis. Here to explain this and more and give us his outlook on the markets, gold and Bitcoin is Edward Dowd. Ed is the founding partner of Finance Technologies. He's over 3 decades of experience in finance, including working as a portfolio manager at BlackRock, the world's biggest asset manager. He's also the author of Cause Unknown. Ed, nice to have you back with us. Thanks for joining us again.
Michelle, great to be here. Thanks for having me on again.
Ed, very good to have you back with us. Before we get into where we are now with the Fed and the Bank of Japan and interest rates, I want to pick up where we left off last time. And you were on in late March of 2023. We just had 3 of the 4 largest bank failures in U.S. history were in the midst of the banking crisis. And you were expecting an emergency rate cut by July from the Fed following those banking collapses. Now, instead, we got the Bank Term Funding Program and other creative solutions, but there was no rate cut. In fact, the Fed hiked rates. There were 3 more 25 basis point hikes after that, with rates peaking at the 5.25% to 5.5% range about a year ago, and the Fed has held steady.
Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 back to sets of food who calls your name. I wanna find ours, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art. Let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 back to such a feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art.
Step inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 212 35th night to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 2 and 2, 4, 35th and 2 sets. Who feels like home? I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik neonów świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra we bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Spójrz po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez Dzisiaj, dziś to my i śnimy.
Cash, far, gold y monedas también. El despliegue mi ven, llama ya 847-376 821 algo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El gas te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash, far, gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash, far, gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzie w Desplaine błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon, teraz 877, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377 781, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 877, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377 781, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 877, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377 781, poczujesz szczęście.
Za rogiem myk, mego się ściemni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem mniej. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Ej! Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Dzwono świetnej 7 3 7 6 8 2 8 1. Zanim noc traci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Zrób złota i srebra w Desplaine. Dzwono świętej 3768281. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwoną świetny 7 3 7 6 8 2 8 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwoną świetny 7 3 7 6 8 2 8 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
Cash for gold y monedas también. En Best Place ven y ven. Llama ya tu puerta 737682881, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Best Place vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplanes vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplanes vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplanes vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Desplanes błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Desplane lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281. Poczujesz szczęście. To prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Desplane lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Desplane lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281. Poczujesz szczęście.
to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Dysplay czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w dysplay, rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 821, poczujesz szczęście.
Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. And there's planes that shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Desk planes, gold deals catch fire, turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Desk planes, gold deals catch fire, turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Treasure sets you free. Oh, 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 treasure sets you free. Oh, what's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes that shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. This plane's gold deals catch fire, turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your own treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your own treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 by 2 sets of food who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like painted hearts. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk plays beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by 2 sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk plays beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art.
Step inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 212-435 by 2 cents who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 2 and 2, 4, 35th time 2 sets. Who feels like home? I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. This plains beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik neonów świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Stój bombary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. 8, 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy.
Guess what? Gold y monedas también. El despliegue de mi ven llama ya 847-376 821 al 100. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En despliegues vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En display ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En display les vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En display ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En display les vamos a brillar.
Gdzie w display błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w display, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon, teraz 800, na 7, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach 2. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w display, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 800, na 7, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W display czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w display, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 800, na 7, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście.
Zarodnie myk mego nów świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem mniej. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Skup złota i srebra w display. Dzwono świetnej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono święty 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono święty 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también. En best place, ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplains ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplains vamos a brillar. Quieres gold y monedas también. En Desplains ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplains ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Desplaines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Desplain lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281, poczujesz szczęście. To prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Desplain lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen, rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 8281, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Desplayments czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w despen, rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 8281, poczujesz szczęście.
The cash of gold, the deal so bold. And death's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Death's planes, gold deals catch fire, turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Death's planes, gold deals catch fire, turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high, turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone, 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key, your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone, 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal so bold. There's planes it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. This plains gold deals catch fire, turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 by two sets of food. Who calls your name? I wanna find ours, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like painted hearts. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by two sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. There's planes, whispers in the frame. 2124 thought 35th I do a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Down the rhythm, paint the tone. 2124 thought 35th I 2 sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dust planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik pełną świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Dzwono 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Spójrz po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Dzwon 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Dzwon 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 847 736 8281. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Yes, cuarto, monedas también. El despliegue mi ven, llama ya 847-376 821 al bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El gas te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś w Desplaine błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377 781. Poczujesz szczęście.
Zarównie myk, mego znów się ściemni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskotnie. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas, tam gdzie taniec płynie. Skup złota i srebra w 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también, en best place ven y ven. Llama ya tu puerta 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. ¿Quieres gold y monedas también? En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Despeines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Despeines lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem, snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Despeines lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847 87, nie zwlekaj więcej. Śledź ode 6, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. Przyjdź ode 6, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W display, więc czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w display. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. Przyjdź ode 6, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście.
Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. And death planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. you free. Dusty coins, your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. This plains gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 back to sets of food who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like painted hearts. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 back to Satsa feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under
Stand inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. There's planes, whispers in the frame. 212 35th, I 2 cents who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 212 35th, I 2 cents who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik neonów świecił mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez plec. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Spójrz po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez plec. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwon 847 7376 8281, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz, jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pens. Dzwon 847 7376 8281, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy.
Guess what? Tú y monedas también. En despliegue de mi ven, llama ya 847376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El gas te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. For gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzie w Desplaine błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon teraz 877. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 37 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach, dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 877. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 37 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 877. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 37 781. Poczujesz szczęście.
Za rogiem myk, mego znów się ściemni. Pod niedogami park parkiet mieni błyskotnie. Rycz mnie kręci gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Ej! Skup złota i srebra bez plęc. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
Monedas también, en best place ven y ven. Llama ya tu puerta 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Despeines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra bez tlenu, krok do przodu to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia się snem, snem. Zadzwoń, jak poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem, snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Ta gra. This playlist czeka na ciebie raj. Na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście.
Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. And death planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them near. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire, turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire, turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high, turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone, 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key, your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone, 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768. A281, the treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins, your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. This plains gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 by two sets of food. Who calls your name? I wanna find ours, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like painted hearts. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk plays beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by two sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art.
Stand inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. As planes whispers in the frame, 2124 thought 35th I to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This plane speaks like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 2124 thought 35th I 2 sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dust planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik neonów świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem pień. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez plec. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Spójrz po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pęc. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pęc. Z wolnością 8, 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz, jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pęd. Dzwon 8, 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Cash, par, gold y monedas también. El despliegue mi ven, llama ya 847-376, 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar en Desplaines, vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376, 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar en Desplaines, vamos a brillar. Cash, for, gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376, 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar en Desplaines, vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś w Desplaine błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon, teraz 8, 7, 7, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach 2. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 8, 7, 7, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 8, 7, 7, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście.
Zarównie my, tego znów się zimni. nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem mniej. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Skór złota i srebra bez klęs. Dzwono świetnej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świetnej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
Cash for gold y monedas también. En Best Place ven y ven. Llama ya tu puerta 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla el cash, te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla el cash, te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplanes vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplaines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla el cash, te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Desplaines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra bez tlenu, krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 8, 4, 7, nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 81, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 81, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Desplay czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 81, poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście.
Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. And death planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Des Plaines gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-376, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Des Plaines whispers in the frame. 22143 by two sets of food who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by two sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art.
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. As planes whispers in the frame, 2124 thought 35th not 2 cents who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance, sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start, in the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams, boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone, 2124 thought 35th not 2 cents who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite, feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Za rogiem blik neonów świeci mi, pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Spójrz po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 8473766 8281. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Guess what? Gold y monedas también. El despliegue de mi ven llama ya 847-376 821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El gas te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś w Desplaine błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście.
Zarównie my, gonią się zimni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem jej. Rycz mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas, tam gdzie taniec płynie. Ej! Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary, tam gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también, en best place ven y ven. Llama ya tu 47376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Despeines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Despeine, lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8 2 8 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, jak poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Despeine, lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz ta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despenę. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 Ohierwa 81. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaynance czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaynance. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 Ohierwa 81. Poczujesz szczęście.
The cash of gold, the deal's so bold. And there's planes that shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Desk planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Desk planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring Bring them here, unleash their pride. Des Plaines gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Des Plaines whispers in the frame. 22143 by 2 sets of food who calls your name. I wanna find ours, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art. Let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by 2 sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. As planes whispers in the frame, 212 for 35th I to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance, sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start, in the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams, boundless rivers, endless streams. Down the rhythm, paint the tone, 212 for 35th I 2 sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite, feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dance planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Za rogiem blik pełno świeci mi, pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Stój po pary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez dance. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 8, 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Guess what? Gold y monedas también. El despliegue mi ven llama ya 847-376 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś w Desplaine błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon, teraz 807. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 37, 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach 2. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 807. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 781. Poczujesz szczęście.
Zamknij myk mego znów się ściemni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem jej. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolno święty 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolno święty 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my już śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Wolno świetny 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también. En Best Place ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla el cash. Te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más. Ven a... Gold y monedas también. En Best Place ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla el cash. Te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despegues vamos a brillar. Quieres oro y monedas también. En Despegues ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despegues vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Despegues ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despegues vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś desklejny błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w desplay lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 8281, poczujesz szczęście. To prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w desplay lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, 8281, poczujesz szczęście. telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaynens czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplayn. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście.
The cash of gold, the deal's so bold. And death planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers could fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 by 2 sets of food. Who calls your name? I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by 2 sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art.
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. As planes whispers in the frame, 2124 thought 35th night to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 2124 thought 35th night to sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik pełną świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem pnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Dzwono 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Styl bombary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Dzwon 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Bombary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Dzwon 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 847 736 8281. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Guess what? Tú dime eres también. El despliegue de mi ven, llama ya 847-376-821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El gas te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. For gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-821, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś w Desplaine błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście.
Za rogiem myk mego znów się ściemni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskotnie. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también. En best place, ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Despeines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Despeines lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8281, poczujesz szczęście. To prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Despeines lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. Przyjdź ode 6 Ohierwa 81. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Displaynens czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. Przyjdź ode 6 Ohierwa 81. Poczujesz szczęście.
The cash for gold, the deal's so bold. And there's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Treasure sets you free. Oh, oh, oh. Treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring Bring them here, unleash their pride. Des Plaines gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Des Plaines whispers in the frame. 22143 by 2 sets of food. Who calls your name? I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by 2 sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. There's planes, whispers in the frame. 2124 thought 35th, I do a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 2124 thought 35th, I two sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dance planes, beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik, neonów świecił mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni, błyskiem pień. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez plens. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Spójrz po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pens. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pens. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 8, 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Guess what? Tú y monedas también. El despliegue de mi ven llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplay les vamos a brillar. For gold y monedas también. En Desplay ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplay les vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplay ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplay les vamos a brillar.
Gdzie w Desplay błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplay. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon teraz 800, na 7. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach 2. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplay. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 800, na 7. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplay czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplay. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 800, na 7. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 3, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1. Poczujesz szczęście.
Zarobimy mego znów się zimni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskotnie. Rycz mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Skup złota i srebra w Desplay. 7 3 7 6 8 2 8 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono święty 7 3 7 6 8 2 8 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono święty 7 3 7 6 8 2 8 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz, jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świetny 7 3 7 6 8 2 8 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también. En best place, ven y ven. Llama ya tu 473768281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 473768281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Yes, gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 473768281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 473768281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Despeines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra bez tlenu, krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8 2 8 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra bez tlenu, krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. Przyjdź ode 6 8-1. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Displayments czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. Przyjdź ode 6 8-1. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście.
Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. And there's planes that shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2881. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers could fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-37-6, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-37-6, make it your own. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes that shines, I've been told. Call now 847-37-68-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. find your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Des Plaines gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Des Plaines whispers in the frame. 22143 by 2 sets of food. Who calls your name? I wanna find ours, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by 2 sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. As planes whispers in the frame, 2124 Thor 35th night to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Down the river, paint the tone. 2124 Thor 35th night to sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik neonów świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Stój bombary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Bombary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pęs. Dzwon 847 736 8281. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Guess what? Gold y monedas también. El despliegue de mi ven llama ya 847-376 8281 bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El gas te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzie w Desplaine błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781, poczujesz szczęście.
Zarównie myk, się ściemni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskotnie. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary, tam gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Dzwono świętej 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
Cash for gold y monedas también. En Best Place ven y ven. Llama ya tu puerta 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplains ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplains vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplains ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplains ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Desplaines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Desplains lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8, 2, 8, 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Desplains lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 81. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Display, więc czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w despen. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 81. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście.
Cash or gold, the deal's so bold. And death planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death's planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death's planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. bring them here, unleash their pride. Des Plaines gold deals catch fire, turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-37-6, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-37-6, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Des Plaines whispers in the frame. 22143 back to such a food who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 back to such a feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite.
Step inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Best planes whispers in the frame. 2124 35th I to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 2124 35th I to sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik pełno nowów świeci mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem pień. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Stój po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z Dzwon 847 828, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz, jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 847 828, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy.
Guess what? Gold y monedas también. El despliegue de mi ven llama ya 847-376 828 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. For gold y monedas también. En Display ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 828 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Displays vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Display ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 828 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Displays vamos a brillar.
Gdzie w Desplane błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplane, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach, dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplane, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplane czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplane, zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781, poczujesz szczęście.
Zamknij mig, mego mów się zimni. nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem mniej. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Ej! Skup złota i srebra bez plęc. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Zrób złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también, en best place ven y ven. Llama ya tu puerta 7376828, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también, en Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376-8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla, el cash te llama, las cifras brillan, no esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Despeines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra bez tlenu, krok do przodu to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8 2 8 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. This planes czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w despen lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376, ogier 281, poczujesz szczęście.
Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. And there's planes that shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Desk planes, gold deals catch fire, turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides, bring them here, unleash their pride. Desk planes, gold deals catch fire, turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high, turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone, 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key, your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone, 847-3768, make it your own. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes that shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins, your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. This plains gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial in fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 by two sets of food. Who calls your name? I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like painted hearts. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by two sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art.
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. As planes whispers in the frame, 212 for thought, 35th night to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance, sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start, in the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams, boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone, 212 for 35th night, 2 sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite, feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite, feel the magic under the light. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Des planes beats like a painted heart, together we create living art. Za rogiem blik pełną świeci mi, pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem mnie. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Stój po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą śnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 847 736 8281. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy.
Es cuarto y monedas también. El despliegue en mi ven llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Desplain ven y ven. Llama ya 847-376 821 a lo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś w Desplaine błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach 2. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 377-781. Poczujesz szczęście.
Zarównie myk mego znów się ściemni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem jej. Rycz mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Ej! Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Dzwon Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary, tam gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también. En best place ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brilla. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Es gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Despeines ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281, hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes, brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Despeines vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Despeines błyszczy świat, złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już, telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Despeines lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847, nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8 2 8 1, poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem, snem. Zadzwoń, jak poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Despeines lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 676 Ogier 281 Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra bez tlenu. Krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 676 Ogier 281. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Display więc czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra bez tlenu. Krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 676 Ogier 281. Poczujesz szczęście.
The cash of gold, the deal's so bold. And death's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death's planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death's planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers could fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-2821. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. you free. Dusty coins, your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. This plains gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3776, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Desk planes whispers in the frame. 22143 by two sets of food. Who calls your name? I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by two sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Desk planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under
inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. As planes whispers in the frame, 212 35th I do a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. This planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Down the river, paint the tone. 212 35th I 2 sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Dance planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Dust planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik neonów świecił mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bless. Dzwono 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Spójrz po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bless. Dzwon 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bless. Dzwon 8-4, 7-3-7-6 8-2-8-1, zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy. Kolejne drinka, gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez pędz. Dzwon 847 736 8281. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Wczoraj, dziś to my i lśnimy.
Es cuarto, di monedas también. El despliegue mi ven, llama ya 847376 821 al 100. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplaines vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Display ven y ven. Llama ya 847376 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Displays vamos a brillar. Cash for gold y monedas también. En Display ven y ven. Llama ya 847376 821 hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Displays vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś w Desplaine błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i róż. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwon, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 37 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Poczujesz szczęście. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 37 781. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. W Desplaine czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Zrób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoń, teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 37 781. Poczujesz szczęście.
Zamknij myk, mego się ściemni. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskami. Rytm mnie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas, tam gdzie taniec płynie. Skup złota i srebra w Desplaine. Wolność 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Mika zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń i znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej! Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Znów złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Nie ma wczoraj, dziś to my i śnimy. Kolejny drink, a gwiazdy są naszymi. Patrz jak błyszczy świat wokół nas. Rzućmy serca w ten taneczny czas. Hej! Skup złota i srebra bez plec. Wolność 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw, tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa.
monedas también. En best planes ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281. Hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En best planes vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281. Hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplanes vamos a brillar. Quieres gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281. Hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplanes vamos a brillar. Gold y monedas también. En Desplanes ven y ven. Llama ya 847 376 8281. Hazlo bien. Oro, plata, diamantes brillan. El cash te llama, las cifras brillan. No esperes más, ven a ganar. En Desplanes vamos a brillar.
Gdzieś Desplanes błyszczy świat. Złote sny i srebrny blask. Czas ucieka, nie czekaj już. Telefon w dłoń i rusz. Skup złota i srebra w Desplanes. Lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 8 2 8 1. Poczujesz szczęście. Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. Zadzwoń, a poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra w Desplanes. Lub krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz Nie bój się, to prosta gra. Telefon trzymasz w rękach dwa. Złote marzenia stają się snem. A poczujesz się jak dżentelmen. Skup złota i srebra te spleny. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 281. Poczujesz szczęście. Czas to złoto, ty wiesz to sam. Nie pozwól, by minęła ci ta gra. Desplaynens czeka na ciebie raj. Telefon masz, więc decyzję już znaj. Skup złota i srebra w desplay. Rób krok do przodu, to jest ten dzień. Dzwoni teraz 847. Nie zwlekaj więcej. 376 281. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście. Poczujesz szczęście.
Cash or gold, the deal's so bold. And death planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-8281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn old memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Death planes, gold deals catch fire. Turn on memories to what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Coins that sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, the riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Oh, dial it fast, the number's your key. Your key. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high, so high, so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-3768, make it your own. Oh, 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 oh. Your old treasure sets you free. Cash for gold, the deal's so bold. There's planes, it shines, I've been told. Call now 847-3768-281. The treasure trade has just begun. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the number's your key. Your old treasure sets you free. Dusty coins your dresser hides. Bring them here, unleash their pride. Des Plaines gold deals catch fire. Turn all memories to what you desire. Do what you desire. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-37-6, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. That just sets you free. What's locked in drawers can fly so high. Turn it to gold, let riches collide. Don't hesitate, pick up that phone. 847-37-6, make it your own. Cash for gold, shine bright and clear. Coins and sparkle, bring them here. Dial it fast, the numbers you'll keep. Your old treasure sets you free. Sets you free. Whoa.
Step inside, the galleries glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. Des Plaines whispers in the frame. 22143 by 2 sets of food who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of I wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. Painted skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 22143 by 2 sets of feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Des Plaines beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Together we create living art. I wanna
Step inside the gallery's glow, where the colors shine and stories flow. There's planes, whispers in the frame. 212 35th night to a sense who calls your name. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Brushes dancing in a vivid trance. Sheets of wonder catch your glance. Every shade a brand new start. In the pulse of you wanna find art. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Precious skies and neon dreams. Boundless rivers, endless streams. Dial the rhythm, paint the tone. 212 35th night to sets who feels like home. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, art, let it ignite. Feel the magic, under the light. I wanna find art, let it ignite. Feel the magic under the light. Death planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. I wanna find art, 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 art. Death planes beats like a painted heart. Together we create living art. Za rogiem blik pełną świecił mi. Pod nogami parkiet mieni błyskiem dnie. Rytm nie kręci, gra jak w starym filmie. Zatrzymaj czas tam, gdzie taniec płynie. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Stój po bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej, skup, złota i srebra bez bez. Z wolnością 4, 7, 3, 7, 6, 8, 2, 8, 1. Zanim noc straci blask swych barw. Tańcz, bo życie krótką chwilą trwa. Skrzypą bary tam, gdzie puls miasta gra. Każdy krok melodii światłem wyznacza szlak. Miga zegar w cieniu naszych marzeń. I znów w tańcu gubię czas i zdarzeń. Hej, hej.